never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
What do you say? Without further ado, it's time to get this party started. Oh, happy day. We roll into a Monday. Close out another weekend, realizing there's just one weekend to go before Christmas weekend. Great to have you on board. Welcome in. What are we looking at here? 13th day of December. That's what we're working our way into. Good evening to our friends on the West Coast, where it's a little after 9 o'clock in the evening there. Now, at least in our area, we've got beautiful clear skies tonight. Kind of a crisp night. What a crazy roller coaster weekend it was. Like so many others around the country, we went from very spring-like temperatures to get the weekend started. And the storms roll through, and yeah, we've all witnessed the aftermath. What a horrific weekend for many in the Deep South. Numerous states, the death toll continues to climb. Yeah, we kind of dodged a bullet here in the Ohio Valley. Of course, we ended up with some very windy conditions, some torrential rain, a few flashes of lightning here and there, but for all practical purposes, we avoided any real damage. Although we were under tornado watches in the early morning hours there, Saturday through the overnight hours. Yeah, right on the heels of the incredible devastation. Well, we'll start things off right there, where they do tell us the scope of the devastation becoming clearer Saturday, nearly 24 hours after the outbreak that erupted across 6 states. The president spoke about the tragedy, pledging support to the areas impacted by what he described as potentially one of the largest tornado outbreaks in U.S. history. This past morning, Sunday morning, Kentucky's governor says, we know we've lost more than 80 Kentuckians. That number is expected to continue to exceed more than 100. He acknowledged the process of confirming fatalities has been slow, but this is the deadliest tornado event maybe we've ever had, and echoed the president's remarks that the tornado outbreak is likely to go down as the worst in history for Kentucky anyway. All right, the National Weather Service in the coming days and weeks will continue to determine precisely where this outbreak will rank. But the full extent of the damage across multiple states became increasingly apparent as daylight broke Sunday morning, again with the confirmed death toll eclipsing 80 in Kentucky alone, that is. This year has become the deadliest for tornadoes in the U.S. in 10 years. 2011 was the year when 553 were killed by twisters. There had been 14 tornado-related deaths in the United States prior to Friday's outbreak. Now, Bashir said that Kentucky has towns that are gone. I mean, just gone. The one really devastating tornado that tore a 227-mile-long path that left the town of Mayfield, Kentucky, in tatters. It was in Mayfield where the candle factory was struck while workers were inside. Governor says we're praying for each and every one of those families impacted by the storms. In a press conference Saturday afternoon, the president said FEMA is going to be offering emergency housing to those affected. We're monitoring the situation really closely. Governors of the states affected have been called by the president throughout the day. We still don't know how many lives were lost and the full extent of the damage. It was also announced in the press conference that the emergency declaration for Kentucky was approved by Biden. I stand ready to do the same for the governors of the other states impacted by these devastating storms. But crews were continuing their search through the rubble Saturday. Much of the focus, obviously, on Mayfield, Kentucky. In nearly every mile on a 187-mile stretch of I-70 was under a tornado warning at some point during the outbreak, spanning from eastern Columbia, Missouri, all the way to St. Elmo, Illinois. We saw that warmth and the humidity building. The lid came off the atmosphere Friday afternoon, or evening that would have been, as that cold front moved in from the west, and we saw, as anticipated, the explosive thunderstorm development from eastern Texas all the way to Indiana. 9 different states found themselves in an area under a tornado alert Friday night into Saturday morning. It was just before 7 p.m. Central Time that this large, extremely dangerous tornado was confirmed by spotters near Greenfield or near Jonesboro, the northeast corner of Arkansas. In the town of Monet, 25 miles from Jonesboro, Region 8 News reported at least one death after the Monet Manor nursing home had sustained damage associated with that violent, dangerous tornado. Craighead County judge also reported significant injuries at the nursing home. At least 20 people had been trapped, 5 seriously injured. Brick homes blown apart by the tornado in Truman, Arkansas. Power lines down across the town, buildings crushed. In Leachville, Arkansas, at least one death reported there. One resident near Leachville, Arkansas, said, I'm not normally scared of storms. but her home had collapsed during the severe weather. You could kind of feel the popping. You could feel the house caving in. Yeah, her college-age son climbed through trees and stepped over live power lines before reaching a neighbor's home where they sought shelter there. They were in a mobile home, I believe. She said it was just crazy. The trailer next to me was in the trees. But the candle factory in Mayfield, I believe there were 40 rescued on Saturday. One employee at the candle factory that was trapped under 5 feet of debris for hours until rescuers managed to free her, said it was the absolutely most terrifying event she's ever experienced. I didn't think I was going to make it at all. So, yeah, we've seen the incredible destruction. The National Weather Service in Louisville, Kentucky, confirmed that a strong tornado with EF3 damage impacted the city of Bowling Green early Saturday. That twister struck the city with winds of at least 150 miles per hour. As of Saturday afternoon, the damage assessment was still ongoing by the National Weather Service. Now, Western Kentucky University in Bowling Green, and while school officials confirmed no injuries reported on campus, they did report one death, that of a student's relative on campus. Since the early morning hours, teams have been with us on campus working to assess the damage, trying to establish temporary power, restore the campus networks and phone lines, so we can just restart basic operations. Said the primary structures on the campus were largely spared. Now, the commencement there has been postponed. It was getting to be that time of year. Bowling Green police tell WHAS the exact number of deaths in the city can't be determined, but there are feared to be multiple. Now, help for Kentucky was dispatched as far away from states like Texas to assist, where Governor Abbott approved 10 Texas A&M task force personnel to deploy, a support team for those affected in Western Kentucky. Also early Saturday, a train derailed, struck several houses near Earlington and Barnsley, Kentucky. About the time the tornado passed through that area, people there reportedly trapped in their homes in Bowling Green, with a fire breaking out at the National Corvette Museum and multiple injuries reported. Another train derailment occurred near Elberfield, Indiana, where a tornado struck as well. In Edwardsville, Illinois, at least 6 were killed when a tornado ripped the roof and a wall about the length of a football field that collapsed at the Amazon Distribution Center. Edwardsville Fire Chief says workers were trapped in the building as emergency responders arrived and evacuated up to 100 people there. One employee at the warehouse told local news that he saw people under debris and cars that were tossed into a retention pond. Amazon's chief executive, Andy Jassy, who became president and CEO of the company back in July, spoke Saturday afternoon, addressing the victims, the families, and the afflicted towns there. One former Amazon employee spoke with Reuters. She worked at that facility until just 2 weeks ago. And all the devastation really just gives me shivers. She said, I would have been standing right in the middle of that track. There would have been 100 trucks in there last night, and you didn't see one this morning, did you? Not one truck. Now, the Edwardsville police chief says there were about 50 workers believed to have been in the facility at the time the tornado struck. At least 30 of those workers were transported by bus away from the wreckage. You have concrete, you have things hanging. It's quite windy outside. There's things that are unstable. They have to shore things up so they can be safe. And that's talking about the first responders. So it was just an incredibly devastating night. And again, the death toll continues to rise. You look at the scope of the debris as they try to bring search and rescue teams in. And I know as of late Saturday, after a full day of search and rescue operations where many were released from the rubble, the governor said it would be a miracle if any additional survivors were to be found there, speaking particularly of the candle factory. Meanwhile, for those of you that were out there on the road over the weekend, I know, let's see, Big Sexy sent me some photographs here just a few minutes ago from there in Arkansas, the tornado that ripped through the town he lives in. And again, the devastation. So I haven't had a chance to go through all the photos yet, but very frightening. So maybe he'll check in at some point, give us a hands-on report of where he was when the tornado ripped through his town. And I know he's out there delivering the papers on Friday and Saturday mornings, so he wouldn't be out there tonight. But meanwhile, firsthand accounts. Love to hear some of your stories, as this was over such a broad area impacted. Meanwhile, around the country, our number is 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the forecast as we get the new week underway here. Tens of millions of Americans are going to spend the final days of fall here, basking in, it would be almost like a December heat wave. No, we're not going to see temperatures topping 90 degrees. It's not an official heat wave, but it's definitely, it feels like a heat wave for this time of year. Highs are going to be running 30 to even 40 degrees above normal in the coming days. We saw a chill off with that cold front and the severe weather. So things definitely cooled off. We're looking 38 is what I'm seeing outside the secret bunker at this hour. It was like 62 degrees as we were rolling into Friday evening. All right, hello to Gerald this morning. Yes, topping the industry headlines we'll get to momentarily. Central Truck Lines, the business that begins to wind down operations today, closing their doors literally just days before Christmas. Hundreds of drive-bys. I believe it's something akin to 1,300 truckers to be impacted by the closure there. That is a big headline. Heavy D on board here on a Monday. Hello to Steve and the overnight crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Our prayers going out for our fellow Kentuckians. Roger checking in. Good evening from Wisconsin. Doughboys in the house. Shuttling the mail around Cincinnati. Richard checks in from Central Florida where there's 70 degrees there. Zorro checking in. Traffic alert. Avoid the south side of Atlanta between mile marker 53 and 58. It's been shut down since like 10:30 this evening. That's on the eastbound side. All right, thanks for the heads up. Hello to Heatwave. Morning from Wasco, California. Partly cloudy, 47 degrees. Headed for the Hacienda in New Mexico. 007 checking in from Peculiar, Missouri at the Pilot Flying J tonight. Happy Monday. West Michigan checking in. There's Crazy Ray. 38 degrees. Yes, praying for the tornado victims from over the weekend. Cue ball. Strolling the old cab over, Pete, to different ground. South Carolina tonight. All right, good to have you on board, Cue ball. Since he's out and about, maybe he can check in as well. Top of the morning from Santa Claus, Steve and the whole road gang out there, 46 degrees in Boron, just outside the Edwards Air Force Base. They're in California. Santa Claus out. All right, Icebreaker checking in. Morning, Steve. We've got 28 degrees here in Northern Virginia. Cap and Ron checking in. Yeah, his favorite day, Monday, back to work. 65, rolling through Ocala, Florida at this hour. Semper Fi. Morning, Steve. Tank checking in. 37 here in Memphis, Tennessee. Getting ready to head out to Fontana, California. Everybody truck safe out there. Have a great day. Good morning from Glenn. Jimmy Jammer checking in. Morning, Steve. All the listeners out there. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve, and shout out to the Carolina Monkey Gouger from Oklahoma City tonight. It was good to talk to a trucking icon on the phone today. All right, good to have you with us. Let's see, who else we got here? The garbage throwing daddy checking in. Let's try to have a good Monday and stay safe, everybody. Pappy, I know, it's Monday. Ugh. 34 degrees in Harrison, southwestern Hamilton County, about 13 miles from the secret bunker. The hot shot secret bunker. But yes, it's go time. Yeah, good to have you on board there as always, Pappy. Hello to Buckwheat, Morning Steve, and all the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Have a great, safe morning. Keep all the folks down south in our prayers this morning. Hello to Miss Millie. Morning, Steve, and everyone out there. Yes, we had a tornado warning here in Bracken County, Kentucky, but we were safe. Prayers for the families that are affected. As we all know, tornadoes are a horrible thing. Everybody stay safe out there. Buster Brown, this type of new age destruction being used by Amazon, Google, and in Virginia, NSA. How storm-tested technology, these 3-story slab walls collapsed inwardly. Sadly enough. Foxtrot says, I've got family in Edwardsville, Illinois. They escaped without damage. One cousin lives just 1 mile from that Amazon warehouse there. Okay. Yeah, I know there had to be close calls for some of our listening friends out there. Great to have you on board as we get things off and rolling here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, here's the headline I was able to print off. Central Freight Lines to shut down after 96 years. This is the Waco, Texas-based Central Freight Lines has notified drivers, employees, and customers that the less-than-truckload carrier plans to wind down operations today, Monday, after 96 years. Yeah, the company's president confirmed that to Freight Waves over the weekend, Saturday. It's horrible, according to CFL President Bruce Kalem. A source close to CFL told Freight Waves that CFL had too much debt, too many unpaid bills to continue operating, despite exploring all available options to keep the doors open. Kalem agreed. Kalem said, quote, years of operating losses and struggles for many years sapped our liquidity, and we had no other place to go at this point. Nobody's going to make money on this closing. Nobody. Central Freight will cease picking up new shipments effective today and expects to deliver substantially all freight in the system by December 20th. Now, according to the company's statement, a source familiar with the company said he's unsure whether CFL will file Chapter 7 or just liquidate outside of bankruptcy. But they did say the LTL carrier has no plans to reorganize. Now, the company had reshuffled the executive team about a year ago, December of last year, trying to stay afloat, including adding the company's owner, Jerry Moyes, as the interim president and chief executive officer. Moyes remained CEO after Kalem was elevated to president back in July of this year. I think it was surprising that there wasn't a buyer for the entire company, but buyers were interested in certain pieces, but not the whole thing, according to the source who didn't want to be identified. Yeah, part of it could have been that just the network was so expensive. There was too much overlap with some of the buyers. They didn't need some of the locations or employees in places where they already had strong operations. Third-party logistics provider Global Trans notified their customers that they had removed CFL as a blanket and CSP carrier option immediately in order to prevent any new bookings Saturday. Now, CFL, which has over 2,100 employees, including 1,325 drivers, 1,600 power units, is in discussions with key customers and vendors, and they expect sufficient liquidity to complete their deliveries over the next week in an orderly manner, is the anticipation. According to CFL spokesperson, approximately 820 employees are based at the company headquarters there in Waco, Texas. Despite diligent efforts, we were unable to gain commitments to fund ongoing operations, find a buyer of the entire business, or fund a Chapter 11 reorganization. Now, Kalem said the company had 65 terminals prior to its decision to shutter operations. Freight Waves received a tip from a source nearly 2 weeks ago that CFL wasn't renewing its East Coast terminal leases, but they were not able to confirm that information with CFL executives. Another source told Freight Waves that some of the LTL carrier's West Coast terminals had been sold recently, and they didn't give any reasons for the transactions at that time. Kalem said the company was working to find alternatives, but couldn't speak because of non-disclosure agreements. He said executives, including Moyes, were trying to do everything to save the company. Jerry Moyes pumped a lot of money into the company, but it just was not enough. Kalem said he's aware that a large carrier's interested in hiring, though, many of the drivers, but I cannot name names at this point. Yeah, I'm sure in short order, those companies will be sending out notices in form of email or whatever if they get the email addresses from CFL inviting those drivers to come in. Central Freight is in negotiations to sell a substantial portion of its equipment. Additionally, Central Freight is coordinating with other regional LTL carriers to afford its employees opportunities to apply for other LTL jobs in their area. Now, as of late Saturday night, KLM said fuel cards are working. Drivers will be paid for freight that they've hauled for the LTL carrier until all the freight is delivered by the target date of December 20th. So unlike some other operations that we know of historically that it shut down in a very disorganized manner, drivers not even being notified just to find their fuel cards were shut off, couldn't get any cash advances, and literally stranded in some cases thousands of miles from home. So I guess we can say in a positive manner they're trying to wind this down in an organized manner, right? Now, he did say, I'm going to work feverishly with the time I have left to get these good people jobs. I owe that to them. We're going to pay our drivers. That's why we had to close it like we're doing right now. We're going to deliver all the freight that's in the system by next week, and we believe we can do that. All right, so there you go. Kind of sad for the drivers out there. But yes, realistically, all these drivers should be able to get a truck driving job in short order because we know the demand is out there. So many companies begging for drivers. Now, I have no idea what kind of compensation and benefits were offered by Central Freight. You might not be able to find a job equally just like that. Some of them may even find a better job. But let's just keep our fingers crossed that everybody lands on their feet in short order, right? It's hard for something like this to happen anytime, but you think about the stress on the mind. It's just before Christmas, and those uncertainties that creep into your life. Definitely tough times. All right, so we'll get a news break in here and get to your calls ahead. If you want to jump on in, our number 844-844-3388. Good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
After 6 southern states were struck by powerful tornadoes, President Biden is making plans to visit some of those states in the next few days. Speaking in Delaware, Biden pledged full federal help, saying we're going to get through this together. The FEMA chief said on Sunday morning,
what we are hearing is we are still in the life-saving and life-sustaining mode, right? We're still in search and rescue, and we're sending additional resources in to help locate anybody who's still may be trapped.
That's FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell speaking on ABC's This Week. 6 states impacted included Kentucky, Arkansas, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Vampire novelist Anne Rice has died at age 80. Rice's book selling more than 150 million copies after her first Gothic fiction novel, Interview with the Vampire, was published in 1976. And this is USA Radio News.
Attention seniors on Medicare and Medicaid or receiving extra help for your prescription drugs. We have great news. You can change or enroll into a Medicare plan every 3 months if you qualify, all from the comfort and safety of your own home, over the phone. No one even needs to come to your home. And in minutes, we'll tell you all about some additional new Medicare benefits for you, like dental, vision, hearing, transportation, and more. Call us. We'll explain all your new Medicare benefits. Premiums are as low as $0 per month. Even if you are not paying anything for your coverage now, you need to call our licensed agents to review your plan. There are zero-cost plans available in some areas. Don't wait till next year. Get all the Medicare benefits you deserve. Call a licensed agent today.
800-461-2114. 800-461-2114. That's 800-461-2114. Paid for by Senior Choice Plan.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Checking out some of our other listening friends on board this morning via the YouTube and Facebook, where they can post comments. Santa Claus said, doing a quick 10 hours here at the Loves near Edwards Air Force Base. We've got 46 degrees here. Yes, we're praying for their tornado victims. Now, out here on the left coast, we're actually kind of in between snowstorms. I'm on standby to possibly go east to back up our Pacific Northwest drivers. Yeah, speaking of which, I've got the very latest another big storm is poised to come in out west. Buckeye Boy checking in from Gulfport, Mississippi. I got 44 degrees here, doing a pickup here tomorrow, headed back to Georgia. And yes, our thoughts and prayers with the people affected by the tornadoes. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Hello to Rob, checking in from Centerville, Ohio. Big Sexy's on board from Truman, Arkansas. Finally got our electric back on just a few hours ago. We were in the dark for about 48 hours. Yeah, it's calm here now, just cold. Yeah, still lots of damage. Came within a couple of blocks of my apartment here. So close call. He's actually on the line. We'll get to Big Sexy in just a moment. Hello to Eric. I missed hearing you on the night shift. I'm glad to know you'll keep me going during the night shift again. All right. I'm glad you found us, Eric. We've been here for a while. Yeah, we're coming up on our 1-year anniversary. Actually, like one day for just in January the 12th. So we're just left less than a month away from our 1-year anniversary of getting this program started back up here. All right, so speaking of the big storm, a powerful storm expected to engulf the West Coast, and it'll have the potential to unleash a month's worth of rain and feet of snow from the Cascades to the Sierra Nevada into early this week. Now, the heavy rain and snow will be beneficial, obviously, for the drought we leave, but it could lead to some major problems for travelers and pose risks to lives and property. Yeah, forecasters have been tracking this storm since the end of last week when the strengthening cyclone moved from the Bering Sea between Alaska and Russia into the open waters of the Pacific Ocean. As of Saturday afternoon, the storm had moved onshore in the Pacific Northwest, bringing some heavy rain, mountain snow, and strong winds to western Washington and Oregon. Freezing levels are anticipated to drop in portions of Washington to the valley floors, resulting in possibly even Seattle seeing a few flakes of snow. Now, this is a large area of low pressure in the northeast Pacific that's going to gradually be shifting its way south along the west coast early this week, while impacting a vast area from southeastern Alaska and coastal British Columbia as we started the weekend, spreading southward and inland over Washington and Oregon, snow falling across the Cascades, some of the major passes like Snoqualmie, Stevens, and White Pass. Feet of snow will occur before the end of this event in those areas, especially across the highest peaks. So we're going to be talking road closures anticipated in the major mountain passes. Excessive rain could add insult to injury there in British Columbia. Now, a general 2 to 4 inches of rain with locally higher amounts are forecast along the Washington and Oregon coastal areas, as well as the lower west-facing slopes of the Cascades. Now, that was through the day Sunday. Slow travels anticipated there. But as the storm meanders south into the new week here, a surge of moisture, the atmospheric river, is expected to be unleashed onto much of California and into the west, bringing enhanced precipitation as the storm looks to nearly stall for a time, or at least slow down significantly. Rainfall totals could climb as high as several inches in central and northern parts of California, as this slow-moving storm may deposit multiple feet of snow in the Sierra Nevada. The worst of the storm is likely to hit the San Francisco and Sacramento, California areas overnight tonight, through the day Monday, and into Monday night as the storm crawls. Normal December rainfall for San Francisco and Sacramento would be like 4 inches for San Francisco, about 3.5 inches for Sacramento. In less than 48 hours, both of those cities could pick up that normal monthly rainfall from this storm alone. Other locations may receive a month's worth of rain in a couple of days. as the storm progresses across California. So obviously, flooding and mudslides may not, in this case, be limited to your typical wildfire burn scar locations. The heaviest rains expected to spread into Southern California and the Los Angeles area by Monday night and probably linger through much of the day Tuesday there. Some of the mountains right outside of L.A. could pick up some snow mixing in with the rain. You can anticipate some major delays when traveling through that region. Now, as the storm sags southward, snow will pick up over the Sierra Nevada, Donner Pass, continuing through Monday into Tuesday. It looks like today, Monday's going to be the day travel will nearly be impossible through Donner Pass. Snowfall rates may exceed 3 inches per hour for a prolonged period of time, along with gusty winds. We may see interstate closures there. Forecasters are warning 4 to 6 feet of snow in the high country of the Sierra Nevada through early this week. With the amount of moisture that's available for this storm to tap into, this kind of a situation could turn dangerous, potentially life-threatening for those traveling through the region. Even though the storm will pose hazards in the short term, obviously there will be some benefits with the ongoing drought conditions. So you'll see a big-time addition to the snowpack across the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada. And later this week, for another, the ranges that make up the Intermountain West, ski resorts like Mammoth Mountain and Sugar Bowl will be welcoming the snow ahead of the busy holiday season there. Now, forecasters do tell us they'll continue to track this storm as it moves out of California into the Wasatch Range and the Colorado Rockies toward midweek, ahead of yet another storm that could bring more rain and snow to California late this week. And as this storm does come out of California, I believe the anticipation there's going to be another significant wind field that'll be impacting maybe the central portions of the country by the time we get to midweek. So a lot to follow as far as the weather is concerned around the country. Be safe out there. Let's head on down to Arkansas. So this thing came pretty close to your home 20 over the weekend. What have you witnessed there in Northeast Arkansas?
It got rough. I was sitting here at the desk. I was tracking this thing on radar, and matter of fact, I had been talking to Moose and Monkey Gatherer and all them. He was coming across Arkansas. I told him he was running behind this line of it, but that he would get into some stuff later on about midnight south of I-40. He said I was right on that. But I was sitting here at the desk, and it sounded like a freight train was coming through the apartment.
Wow.
And I got up and go to the bathroom, that's the center part of the apartment, take cover. They'd done sounded the warnings. I'd done called my son, made sure the grandson was in the bathtub with a mattress over him, and I didn't even get across the hallway. And the lights went out, and it come close enough that you could actually see the lights from the blue lights and red lights over there where you go under the railroad tracks to go on the east side of the tracks. Got hit pretty hard. And so did our nursing home, fire station, the ambulance bay, the place, Medical One's ambulance service. They just come into town about last year or so, and their place that they had remodeled for their ambulance and all that, it's gone. My mechanic, his shop's gone. My son's Nitro sitting up there right now. It's the only vehicle on his lot that don't have the windows busted out of it. But the wall inside where they hang the keys for all the vehicles being worked on, that's gone, and we don't know where the keys are.
Wow!
But that was the later storm. There was something come through earlier. That line went from about Weiner, Arkansas, through just north of Monette, and hit the nursing home there. Killed 1, injured 5. wiped out Dollar General at the next town over and killed the assistant manager. She closed up the store and had, sent everybody home because the weather was getting bad, and was fitting to leave herself when it got hit. And that's the line that went all the way to Mayfield and all that. They tracked it and said it was over 220 miles. It may set a record for the longest tracking wedge tornado. Reed Timmer said that that's the longest one he's ever tracked. He couldn't keep up with it across 4 states.
So
that's on at the Quad States.
I'm looking at some of the photos you sent me here. That's I'm looking at the Dollar General. That was pretty much totally destroyed. Is that where the manager was? Is that the one you're talking about? Wow.
Mm-hmm. That's where the manager was killed in that. That was in Leachville, Arkansas. And I sent you something from Monette, Arkansas. There's one of that nursing home there that got demolished. I don't think I sent you a picture because it isn't a video, but there's some grain bins right beside that nursing home, about 5 or 6 big grain bins in a row. They had an aerial view of the tops of the grain bins taken off, and the bins are still full of grain.
Okay, I'm looking at those now. Wow, so that's the top of the bins laying next to the bins.
Mm-hmm. That's the tornado that got Mayfield. As it went across, it kept getting bigger, and when it came through, they've already said it was an L3 when it come through Monette and Leachville and done all that damage. Went across and got I can't remember the name of the little town in Missouri, and it killed a 9-year-old girl there. And then crossed near Caruthersville, Missouri, crossed the river and went on over into Kentucky and hit Mayfield and all that.
So being out of power for, like you said, you were out of power for like 48 hours. Is it like everything in the fridge? You got to throw it all out?
No, I didn't open the fridge very much. I didn't have much in the fridge part. My freezer was packed full, and I didn't open it at all. Everything still froze solid in there when it come back on. And right after the storm come through, the temperature dropped. So it got down to 33 here last night. And with all electric, it got pretty cool in this apartment last night. I stayed here. My son, he went to his mom. And, of course, my neighbor on one side is a truck driver. My son's on the other side. And then the woman down at the end, she was going, I was the only one here in the building. I stayed here because we got a problem. We got a curfew in Photos Leachville. There's some looting going on. People, there's some lowlifes out there decide to take advantage of it.
Yeah, there always is, yeah.
And they're people's trying to clean up their houses and stuff and salvage what they can as quick as they can before somebody carries it off. So here the cops aren't too bad on you. If you're going to the store or you're going to work, they're not going to mess with you, but they're keeping you out of that. If you're wandering into the damaged area, which is closed off, I mean, there's still maybe a quarter of our town don't have electricity, and that's because they can't take it. I mean, there ain't nothing there. You've seen some of the pictures. The fire station, that one that says Medic 1 on the front of it, that was the ambulance. All that's left is the door and the sign above the door. And of course, the ambulance wasn't there when it happened. It was out on a call when the tornado hit.
Yeah, that's it.
And the thing about it was, part of our first responders was going to Monette to help at that nursing home and had to turn around and come back.
Because their own location got hit. Wow, how about that?
Yeah. It was so bad that there was like 5 or 6 tornado warnings at one time, and the chief meteorologist for the NBC station here said we got tornado warnings on top of tornado warnings. They just stacking them as overlapping and everything else. There was a total of 8 of them. On a graphic, they showed 8 different tornadoes during that period of time in Arkansas.
Wow. I mean, I saw one photograph where someone got snapped it during a lightning strike. You could actually see 2 separate tornadoes on the horizon from that particular shot. It was just, what an incredible night.
And I think there's a picture in that I sent you from Monette of that one, that wedge shape as it crosses the highway. Did you see that?
Well, you sent me a whole lot of photos. I've seen a bunch of them. I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Yeah.
I'll go through
Yeah,
them all.
and it's in the email for the Monette tornado. It's a big wedge-shaped tornado.
Okay.
I guess they done determined it was an F3. They haven't really said on the one that hit Truman yet. Later on, when it got over into Tennessee, they said it was an F3, but they hadn't said what it was here yet. They're still surveying this. It'll be done tomorrow. They'll have a deal on it. But yeah, it got rough.
Yeah, as we were given the breakdown, the forecast, like Thursday and Friday mornings, getting ready for the weekend. I know they were talking about concerns about, for the most part, they were anticipating maybe some brief spin-up tornadoes. I don't think any of the models were depicting these gigantic, especially a long-lived, 250 miles on the ground kind of thing.
Well, if you remember in March of 2020, Jonesboro got hit by F3. That tornado that went through Mayfield and all that took the same path that tornado took. But when it got to the south edge of Jonesboro, it made a hard right turn. And anybody that, has tracked them or has anything to do with them knows when it makes a hard right turn like that, that's usually an indication that it's lifted and recycling. And when it hits the ground again, it's going to be worse than it was. Mm-hmm. And sure enough, that's the case.
Wow.
And, but I mean, it was on the same exact course for that one back in March. But I mean, it got rough. I knew. Matter of fact, I told Moose and them when I was talking to him earlier. It was 74 degrees after 8 o'clock at night here, on December 10th. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
And I told my son when the sun come out a little after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I said, this is not going to be good. That sun come out and started heating things up. I said, this ain't good. We don't need that.
It's charging the atmosphere. Yeah, the more sunshine you get, the more instability you get. And, you see the end result.
Well, you've seen the deal where they show the instability, the fuel for how they put that overlay on there.
Yep.
It topped out. I mean, it topped out. So, it got rough, but now it's like I said, it's calmed down. It's supposed to get down to 30 tonight, but we're supposed to be back up to 70 something by Wednesday with rain again. But this time they're saying it won't be severe. It's going to be, we could get 3 to 4 inches rain on top of all this.
Yeah, for those, I'm thinking of those. If there were to be someone still alive, trapped in the rubble there. Think of the fact that, yes, it was very warm when the storms pushed through, and now you've got overnight temperatures dropping down toward the freezing mark. And, as was you heard on the news break, they're still in search and rescue mode, but probably not going to be much longer with these kind of overnight temperatures. All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. Glad you made it through safe there, Big Sexy. Thanks for all the photographs and, prayers for your family members, associates, neighbors, and all that there in Arkansas. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, coming up, we'll be closing out hour number 1 here. We'll get the very latest news update. Come back with the Carolina Monkey Gouger. It's like heat waves on board. We'll be checking in. Enough time to get a quick industry headline from our friends at CDL Life over the weekend. A roadway built specifically for tractor trailers opened in Indiana last week. The roadway called the Heavy Haul Transportation Corridor, running between the River Ridge Commerce Center in Jeffersonville, Indiana, and the Port of Indiana for over a mile. Construction on the 2-lane corridor started back in 2019. It's designed to withstand vehicles up to 134,000 pounds, according to WDRB. Officials say the new truck route will make traveling safer for truck drivers and motorists alike by saving truckers from dealing with the daily traffic and giving motorists fewer opportunities to make driving mistakes around the big rigs. They're not dealing with the day-to-day traffic as much. It's also safer for local travelers. They're not having to deal with the big trucks and all that could bring. So interesting there. All right, get some of the other industry headlines. Lots to cover as we get the new week started here. So much in so little time. Well, we've got 4 full hours yet to go. So, a lot to get to. Our number, 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Amid the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, concerns continue over the latest COVID-19 variant, Omicron, with health experts working to learn more about the new variant. Speaking on ABC's This Week, NIAI Director Dr. Anthony Fauci stresses the importance of COVID-19 boosters for those who have already been vaccinated.
But for now, if you want to be optimally protected, absolutely get a booster if you've already had your primary vaccination.
Tens of thousands of people across 6 states are spending another day without power after a string of deadly tornadoes ripped through the nation's heartland on Friday. The twisters cutting a path through Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, and Mississippi. At least 80 people are confirmed dead. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Michael and Dell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow. And do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
One of former President Trump's most loyal supporters in Congress is blasting Republicans for discounting his influence in the party.
Donald Trump is the most consequential Republican in the entire Republican Party, maybe in the history of the party since Ronald Reagan.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says if any Republican wants to be the leader of the House or Senate, they need to have a working relationship with Donald Trump to be effective. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is hinting at his intention to run for governor.
Elections are a chance to tell people your vision and what you've done. My vision is that we've got to change a lot of things in this state, including helping families. Working families are struggling in the state of New York. They need a lot more help.
De Blasio didn't seem fazed when confronted by his low approval ratings on a recent poll against current governor Kathy Hochul. The mayor saying he's been the underdog many times. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Going a little bit more in depth on one of our top stories, as deadly tornadoes and storms recently impacted many states across the central and southern United States. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell explains what the biggest needs are in the aftermath of the devastating storms.
We want to focus today and the next day on life-saving. We really want to make sure that we find anybody who still might be trapped in the rubble across all of these states. But then it's going to be a long recovery, and we really need to focus on how we're going to help these communities with their immediate needs, their immediate sheltering needs, and then the long-term housing needs that are going to really be needed to help these communities and these families rebuild.
Democrats still believe they will be able to pass President Biden's Build Back Better bill before Christmas. This as Senate Republican John Barrasso expresses his disapproval with the president's spending bill on Fox Business.
The president is wrong on all of these things. Remember, he started the year by saying America is back, and he's been backpedaling ever since. You know, you look at these new inflation numbers, and our economy is on its back. You look at what's happened after the disaster of Afghanistan, and our back is against the wall in international areas. And now he is pushing this so-called Build Back Better bill. I mean, to me, I look at this. This will break the back of the American people with taxes, with spending.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back, round number 2 here on a Back to Work Monday. Yet another full work week here. Then the holidays are upon us. Christmas week, followed by New Year's weekend. Got an email, Santa Claus talking about the central drivers. Now, I'm sure and hopeful that central drivers will be able to find replacement driving jobs. Anyway, long story short, due to COVID, retirement in Panama is not possible now. That had been his plan. So I returned to work with the Army Air Force Exchange, but we lost our medical coverage. Kaiser Medical Insurance. When Mrs. Claus retired from Kaiser, I put my name on a couple of trucker headhunter websites, resulting in my phone and email being on fire with job offers. Now, at this point, I just need to choose which job fits our medical insurance and income requirements. Anyway, did you receive the video I sent you on Messenger? California Highway Patrol Unit pushing a big truck up a hill this morning on Donner Summit. All right, I'll have to go over to Messenger. I get so many things. I don't check Messenger on a real regular basis because I get so many things. It's just too much to keep up with, but I'll go dig that up. I'll check it out. Carolina Monkey Gouger, hey there.
Good morning, Steve. How you this morning?
Well, I'm doing, I'm doing very well compared to so many others out there.
Well, I tell you, December the 10th, I don't never want to live like that again as long as I live.
Where were you? Were you out there in that mess?
I'm going to tell you something. If it had to be for Big Sexy, Moose, and Tex, I'd have drove right in on top of that mess.
Wow.
I got held up in Oklahoma City. You know, I was up to get my arm fixed, and we finally got it fixed about 4. It was about 3 o'clock when I finally got it fixed. Went out in the truck, had a flat tire, had to run down the truck stop, get it fixed. So my guardian angel, he must have been looking over me too, but I was cruising across there, and I had seen, you know, while I was sitting there, some of what they were predicting, and I thought, you know, the weather service, they ain't that right. But I was rolling into Arkansas, and me and Tex were talking. Big Sexy come in there, and for those that don't know Big Sexy is a spotter for the National Weather Service. He is a tornado chaser for the National Weather Service. And he had me say, where you at? And I said, well, I just crossed into Arkansas. He said, boy, you better put that hammer down. Well, D-Ranger come in there, and we had 3 different weather services that they were tracking for me, and I was telling them what I was seeing, and they were saying, well, you know, you're okay, just keep pouring it to it. And I mean, we went across Arkansas. We got over there around Little Rock. That's where it started getting a little dicey. And so D-Ranger said, you got a gap in there, and he said, you better get for it. So we turned some more heat to it, got ahead of it, got in that gap, and got on through there. And the one that went up next, Big Sexy, had crossed about 16 miles in front of me. Big Sexy, I don't know what kind of radar he's got, but he got something I ain't never heard of. He said, boy, y'all ain't gonna believe this thing. He said, this thing has got a debris field that's at like 15,000 foot. And so he was tracking it, you know, and everything. And Steve, the wind had blowed. I mean, it was just awful all the way across, blowing me all over and everything else, you know, fighting this truck. And I was getting tired.
Mm-hmm.
And so Big Sexy had to run for cover. His mother was in another town that got hit up there. They was in the storm cellar with Big Sexy's grandson. And he said, boys, I got to run. He said, this thing is coming right at us. So we lost him for a little while. Well, I got over there crossing to Tennessee, and, you know, I'm thinking I'm home free, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything's going to be good. So I said, well, there's a lull in the action. We ain't seeing nothing. I said, I'm going to run in here and get me a cup of coffee at the old truck stop. Well, I never got out the seat. I just kind of laid down there and took me about a 45-minute siesta, and everything was looking good, so I put the hammer down and went on. So I was going to run out of hours over at the 126 mile marker at Camden, Tennessee, the North 40 truck stop. I whipped in there, Steve. That place was packed. I made a curve. Went down and made a U-turn to come back. There was a spot between two trucks. And I pulled up between them two trucks. And I said, oh, man. I said, I tell you what, I'm going to bed. So I laid down. It was about 12:45, right? Well, in the meantime, Big Sexy had come back in and told Tex, he said, where's Monkey Gouger at? And he said, well, he went to get a cup of coffee. He said, I think he laid down. He said, that boy got trouble coming at him, and he got trouble coming at him in a big way. Said, I hope he's all right. So it was exactly at 2:45. It was the damnedest rainstorm you ever seen in your life. Lightning cracking, wind blowing. I mean, it was going haywire. About that time, I got an alert. It got deathly still in that truck stop. And the alert went off. There's a tornado in your vicinity, take cover. I said, oh, where am I going to run to? Well, people run across the parking lot, and you know that you get that heavy feeling, everything. Well, that thing come across the top of that truck stop. And I felt, you could feel the barometric pressure changing when it went over in that train. It was raising hell and everything else. And I said, well, I reckon I'm going to go meet my maker. Well, it skipped over the top of the truck stop, went down, went out toward Loretta Lynn's place out at Hurricane Mills. And from what she said on Instagram, it missed her. That thing spun out there on I-40 and went down kind of like that Duck River Basin out there.
Right.
And it wreaked havoc. It collected an 18-wheeler, and I hope that gentleman made it. He looked like the cab was pretty much intact, but there were trees down. I mean, it looked like maybe 300 foot that thing just cleared a power line right away down through there. And then it jumped back over the I-40, went up a hill, and I said, look at this. So I went on about 10 more miles, and that thing had come back down, and it wrecked a bunch of trailer houses and everything. It come back down. You could see the big logs and stuff where they had pushed them side the road and everything. I'm telling you, Steve, I hope in my trucking career I don't never experience another night like that. And I can't give enough thanks to those three gentlemen for getting me through that mess, because if it hadn't been for them, I'd have probably drove right in on top of some of that.
Wow.
I mean, it's just, it was a scary night. I mean, Debbie had called me when I was in Arkansas. She said, where are you at? I said, cut that damn TV off right now. Don't look at nothing. I said, I got 3 people watching for me. I said, we got a handle. I said, I'm okay. Don't worry about it. Well, the next morning she got up. She started panicking and seeing everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I was asleep. She called me about 15 times. And I finally got up and seen what she called. She said, are you okay? I said, everything's fine, baby. Everything's all right. She said, well, how close was you to it? I said, well, I was sitting there last night thinking, why in the hell am I still trucking? It crossed my mind at 2:45 in the morning, what in the hell am I doing out here? So it was a scary night, Steve. And like I say, I hope and pray, and I pray for those people up there and all the tornado-stricken areas that they come out of all right, because, I mean, this was a bad, bad batch of storms.
Yeah,
and I just can't thank those 3 guys enough.
I kind of suspected some of our listening friends might have been out there in some of that mess, and I didn't realize you would have been one of them, Monkey Gouger.
I tell you, Steve, I just never imagined it was going to get like that. I mean, I was looking at it while I was sitting there while they was building my arm, and we had to take 3 arms to make one, but we're back in business now. We probably knew him better than we ever was, but we got that taken care of. But I've never experienced anything in my cooking career like that.
Wow.
It was horrific. So anyway, I'll get out of here and let somebody else get in here, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night, Steve.
Well, the good news is you had your guardian angels. Good man upstairs was looking out for you and gave you some eyes in the sky, I guess you could say, Monkey Gouger. So you're still with us, and that's the good news, right? Scary. Yeah, not everybody was so lucky. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Alrighty, welcome back once again. Lines available at 844-844-3388 here on a Monday. Let's see, Randolph checking in. Hello, Randolph. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, glad to be here with you. Clarence, I guess, kind of asking the question, anybody out of DEF, the diesel exhaust fluid? Been talking in recent weeks, concerns about shortages. We were talking in particular, down in Australia, some real difficulties there. Was it South Korea says their transport industry may shut down because something like, was it 80 or 90% of their diesel exhaust fluid came from China, and China has stopped exporting their diesel exhaust fluid. So I haven't heard of any outages here in the USA just yet, Clarence, but anybody else out there, feel free to dial us up. Hello, Dale, checking in. Morning from Port Wentworth, Georgia. 49 and clear there. Chad is on board with us. Hello, Chad. Hope you had a good weekend. Guess you're sitting up late tonight. Nothing better to do than listen to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, see what's going on with our cartoon characters out there, right? Speaking of which, morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters got the Jolly Green Giant at the home 20 tonight. Be safe out there. Sylvester is listening in the land down under. Hey, Steve, God bless everyone affected by the weather these last few days. I hope the drivers are okay. We've got 67 degrees here, a stunningly beautiful day. One of those tornadoes hit the west side of Dixon, Tennessee, where I used to live. How close? About 150 feet. Was that from your old home 20 there? Wow, close. So you're familiar, obviously. All right, tens of millions of Americans. We're going to spend the final days of fall, the official days of fall, because not tomorrow, but the following Tuesday, winter officially arrives. So we're technically still in fall. But look at these forecast temperatures. Even though old man winter was well alive and well in the western states and parts of the northern plains last week, where significant snow was falling as we closed out the work week. His visit to most of those places will end abruptly, and unseasonably warm weather will envelop much of the eastern two-thirds of the nation in the days leading up to Christmas, they tell us. It is going to feel more like early fall across the central states this week. Temperatures more typical of October and even September are expected to flourish over much of the midsection this week. Now, even in many areas that were buried by snow over the northern plains and the upper Midwest, that's rapidly going to melt away this week. As temperatures surge into the 50s, 60s, 70s, we will even be looking at some 80-degree temperatures. We're talking 20 to 40 degrees above average for mid-December. Skiing enthusiasts may want to hit the slopes before the snow melts away in the central Appalachians and the upper Midwest, or before the ideal snowmaking conditions slip away here in the next few days. Believe it or not, some resorts are going to find it a challenge to stay ahead of these rising temperatures during the day and the mild air, even during the overnight hours. The warm-up this week may even surpass the unusually warm temperatures we saw Thursday and Friday over the central states, and on Saturday, where the warm-up was embedded over the east, making for an all-out December heat wave. All right, in addition, the unusual December heat might not give some a break on the need for indoor heating in what is typically a chilly, if not downright cold time of year. Temperatures in northern Nebraska, southern Minnesota, central Wisconsin, all of which saw some significant snow last week, are looking to climb into the 50s and 60s this week. Both Des Moines and Omaha, Nebraska, after some almost seasonable high temperatures in the lower 40s Saturday, see that warming trend as we get the new week underway. Forecast to peak during the middle of this week at levels probably never recorded in the month of December. High temperatures in both Des Moines and Omaha are forecast to climb into the mid-70s this week. Other areas over the central states like St. Louis and Kansas City, Missouri, will also make a run at all-time December highs, which would reach the mid-70s. It was just a few days ago, December 3rd, that St. Louis matched the all-time high mark at 76 degrees. Now, further north, forecasters are calling for high temperatures into the upper 60s for Chicago by midweek. The heat wave will stretch further south as well. Dallas is forecast to see temperatures at least 10 degrees above normal for about a week's time, with the height of these warm temperatures arriving on Wednesday. Temperatures could top out near 80 degrees, bringing it within striking distance of the all-time December high of 83 degrees for December the 15th in the Big D. Now, the all-time high December temperature in Dallas appears to be safe. That record is actually 90 degrees, which was December the 30th of 1951. If you could imagine. Wow. Now, even in the eastern U.S., temperatures can feel like late summer at times through the third week of December, the last full week of fall. The core of that warmth, or rounds of warmth, will be focused over the central states, but some strong warm-ups will occur east of the Appalachians as well. Over the next couple of weeks, Atlantic water temperatures are above average, but still cooler than the air trying to come in from the Midwest and the South, while temperatures generally range from the 40s off New England to the 50s off the mid-Atlantic coast. It generally takes a stiff southwest wind to really warm things up along the eastern seaboard, especially in the Northeast this time of year. But you will see some days, like Saturday, where that can happen moving forward here in the month of December. All right, later this week, temperatures are again forecast to spike well above average in the east. Highs will again climb well into the 50s, 60s, and perhaps even some 70s. Even the air preceding the next warm surge will see above average temperatures much of the time through the first part of this week, with highs well into the 40s and even 50s. It's just an unusual setup for the jet stream at this time of year that we're dealing with right now. Well, good morning, heat wave.
Good morning, senor. Over here in Mojave, California, where it's a blistering 47 degrees. It was 37 up there at Tehachapi. Hey, Santa Claus, if you're still going to be there at the Loves here, I'll be there in about 30 minutes getting fuel. So, anyways, my heartfelt condolences and all the best wishes for those folks out there. I mean, damn, it's bad any time to have these storms come up like that. And I'm glad Big Sexy was safe. I talked to him yesterday, and he said the only way he could keep his phone charged was going down to his van and charging it up down there. So I'm glad that he at least had something to charge his phone and a cell signal to get through. There was also some bad news. Double R, I guess his wife is Anita. Apparently,
yes, her mother, Anita's mother, passed away. Sure enough, yep.
I sure am sorry to hear that. My condolences to his family. Man, I tell you what, those folks losing their jobs there in Waco. I mean, that's how much more sadness can we, how much more can we hold on to? We just need to end this year and then start off next year with better hopes and wishes. But as long as we got that idiot in the White House, there's no way we're going to have anything for the next 3 years.
The odd thing when you think back 1 year ago at this time, it was kind of a difficult time for Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive, and we were talking about starting up the new program. Right about Christmas time, like it's a Christmas gift for the truckers and those sort of things. And ultimately, we said, you know what, let's let 2020 end, because this year has just sucked. And let's hope 2021 will be a better year. And, and for so many, and even, many in this listening audience, look at the year Big Moose has had. Lost a brother, lost a best friend, lost his wife. It's just, and it goes on. And maybe 2022, things will be better. Hey, I want to pause right there, though. We'll get back and finish up with Heatwave, so hang in there. We're up to our news break. It is 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
After 6 southern states were struck by powerful tornadoes, President Biden is making plans to visit some of those states in the next few days. Speaking in Delaware, Biden pledged full federal help, saying we're going to get through this together. The FEMA chief said on Sunday morning,
what we are hearing is we are still in the life-saving and life-sustaining mode, right? We're still in search and rescue, and we're sending additional resources in to help locate anybody who's still may be trapped.
That's FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell speaking on ABC's This Week. 6 states impacted included Kentucky, Arkansas, Illinois, Missouri, Mississippi, and Tennessee. Vampire novelist Anne Rice has died at age 80. Rice's book selling more than 150 million copies after her first Gothic fiction novel, Interview with the Vampire, was published in 1976. And this is USA Radio News.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I got an update from Santa Claus here. Some of the conditions out west, I-80, if you're traveling that region of the country. First of all, we've got, a high wind advisory in effect at the San Francisco-Oakland Bay Bridge. Travel not recommended for campers, trailers, or permit loads. In the Northern California area, the Sierra Nevada, for eastbound traffic, chains are required for all vehicles except for four-wheel drive with snow tires on all four wheels. From Nyack, that's Placer, Colorado, to Truckee. All right, Is that Placer County and Nevada County? Westbound traffic, chains are required for all vehicles except four-wheel drive vehicles with snow tires on all four wheels. From Truckee, east of the junction with Straight Route 20. Please research chain control locations as Caltrans is currently working to update chain control descriptions for consistency with their internet mapping like Google Maps and MapQuest. All westbound trucks are required to stop at the brake check area to reduce the risk of brake fires. So thank you for the heads up there. Meanwhile, let me get back and finish up with Heat Wave here. Thanks for hanging in there, brother.
Well, thank you for letting me hang on for another section here. Yeah, I'll tell you what, this year just really been sad. I know there's a lot of people out there that are very upset that Army lost to Navy.
I saw that. I saw a little bit of the game. I didn't get to see the ending of the game, but how about that?
Yeah, old Pappy, he was like, I'll be damned, we're going to win. Well, they said, how much time? 2 minutes left. I'm thinking, you can do a lot of things in 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, they held on, and Chevy guy was really whooping it up on poor old Gilligan. And I told him, I says, now, we must temper our victory with humility, And I thought, well, then again, to the victors belong the spoils, so have at it, I didn't have a dog in this fight, so I didn't care either way. I was just interested in the game. Then I guess a lot of them East Coast former Washington Redskins fans are a little upset Dallas beat them. I could care less either way, but as long as the Washington team loses, my ex-wife is upset, and that just makes me happy. So, especially when they lose to Dallas, I'm a happy camper. Well, you got your 1 year anniversary coming back up of you getting there, and Steve, with the Christmas party, with the New Year's Eve party, with your anniversary and the Super Bowl. It's going to be busy at your place here in the next month and a half, 2 months, no?
I reckon so. It is, yes.
All right. Because we got our party there with your wedding reception this coming Saturday.
Yeah, watch
and we
it
got,
now.
then we got the New Year's Eve, New Year's Day festival with potluck. Then we got your anniversary coming up, and then Super Bowl. Yeah. I think we're all going to be so happy to be there at your place, and all your neighbors are going to really love you for having us over.
I may be getting an eviction notice before all is said and done.
Oh, come on now. They wouldn't throw you out of that place. So, anyways, yeah, it was good to see that Monkey Gouger got up with Hillbilly Tex. Seen them on the Facebook. Tex looks like he's doing pretty good for himself. I understand he got himself a Monkey Gouger's book, and I told him that was good reading. When you start reading Monkey Gouger's book, I mean, you read it in his voice. And it's funny how that works out. But whenever I was reading it, I mean, his voice came through loud and clear.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, wasn't Grump the, didn't he have something to do with that book, getting it set up? I can't remember.
I think, I don't know if like Monkey Gouger gave him like the notes or the interviews or whatever, but yeah, he pretty much, I guess wrote it, authored it kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. I thought I had talked to him one time about it, and I just wasn't really for sure.
That's
been a
correct.
while.
It is correct.
Yeah, sure enough. So, folks, if y'all can get a copy of that book, I would recommend y'all getting it because it is a good reading book. It's easy reading, and it is humorous. And, it's got everything in that book you would ever want to have. It's got its drama, and it's got its rewards, and you can just see Gouger just smiling ear to ear and reading the book to you when you're reading it. So, but yeah, we're gonna be heading to Albuquerque. We're gonna take some time off. I'm gonna have to do some figuring out a few things there at the house to make sure I can keep on going next year without filing bankruptcy myself. Holy crap! It never ceases to amaze me. The more money you make, the less money you have. Is that what you've experienced in your lifetime, or anyone else out there, or am I just the idiot out here that ought to manage his money just a little bit better?
Doesn't it always seem like there's too much month at the end of the money?
Yes. Oh, yes. I mean, I'm making $20,000 a year or better than what I was with Snyder, and I'm thinking to myself, where is all this money going? Of course, then again, I'll have people remind me, well, you've got that $32,000 lawn out in your backyard. You got your $20,000 bathroom remodel. You got that $36,000 solar
panels on the roof.
That car. Oh, well, I tell you what, though. I mean, even having the solar panels and paying $230-something a month for the use of those solar panels, I'm still saving at least $300 for my wife and my daughter with their conditions. So, even in the height of the summer, them solar panels have saved my bacon on more than one occasion.
Well, speaking of solar panels, I wanted to ask you something about it. I don't even know if they will correlate or not, but my mother-in-law had given us. She had in her storage some brand new, these gigantic Christmas bulb lights that go out in the yard, and they got these solar panels that came with them. Now the one box was brand new. The other box, I think, had been used one or two times. But I took the batteries out, and the date on the batteries was like, I think 2011. So they're like 10 years old. So I replaced the batteries. Is there a life expectancy on the solar panels themselves to be able to put juice into those batteries? Do they last 10 years or more, or do you think the solar panels may be bad?
Steve, I really don't know. I mean, mine, it has a 25-year warranty on it, but I mean, they could last 40 years. But see, mine are being used all the time. Now, where yours with the solar on your lights, I mean, if it's not being used every day, you still will have, pretty good productivity out of that. So I don't know, man. It's a crapshoot. All you're just going to have to do is put the lights out and see what happens. And that's all I can tell you about that, because I really wouldn't know.
See how they were. I thought you might know a little bit more about solar panels than me, because I'm sure solar panel technology's probably come a long way, from solar panels that were built, manufactured 10 years ago versus something in the last year or two. So.
Yeah, well, like I said, I've got a 25-year warranty on mine, but mine could last up to 40 or 50 years.
Wow.
What they're looking at is the production. If it gets down to a certain level before the 25-year warranty, they will come and they will replace that whole panel. Now, I've got 27 of them, and so if it drops down, and it's monitored by the solar company that I bought the panels from, and if it stays down, if they notice a drop off in production, they will come up and they will replace it with a brand new one. Now, thankfully, these solar panels were made in America. They were put together in Washington. So, well, I shouldn't say they were made in America. I know they were built in Washington State. So, who knows? I mean, the panels may have come from China, and they just assembled them together, or what. But ever since we put that new breaker in the box, upgraded it, we have not had any issues with it. So, other than that, everything's rolling pretty smooth at the Holscher Hacienda there in Edgewood, New Mexico. And they did get the Walmart store reopened again. They had shut it down because the sprinkler system didn't work when that fire happened. So it's like, well, hell, if you're going to have that kind of system there set up, you ought to at least make sure the sprinklers work. But whenever we go into the store now, they've got an area partitioned off where 2/3 of the groceries where they had them is blocked off, and they're working on the roof. So you smell a lot of cleaning agents and the hot metal smell as if you were walking into a welder shop.
Mm-hmm.
But I was talking to a nice little old lady. I call her Miss Barbara. She's 85 years old, probably about 4'9", 4'10", thin as a rail. And I asked her if she was there, and she says, well, she was there earlier that day, but she had left at 2:00. And she let it slip that yes, it was a shoplifting attempt. She says the things people do to try to steal stuff. I said, yeah, it's pretty sad. But she said everything in that store had been taken out, had been the shelves obviously been washed and cleaned up. All the goods and products were tossed or donated or whatever they do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But she said everything in that store was brand new. So that's a lot of work for 319 people and other volunteers. And so we're really happy that that store is open and running. It's just a little somber in there. You can hear the Christmas music outside of the store, but once you're inside, it's almost quiet as a tomb. So, yeah. But life is slowly coming back to normal. We're just waiting to hear what the findings are on these people, if they even have them in custody. We're also waiting to hear about Alec Baldwin and his "I didn't pull the trigger" story.
I think Bluetooth set his gun off, right? Is that what it was? Bluetooth or Wi-Fi? Something. He didn't pull the trigger. All right. Thank you much. Heat Wave, we got to get a quick 2-minute timeout and we return. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, let me see here. Let me get right back to the calls. Monkey Gouge, I wanted to jump back in for a moment. Hey there, what you got?
Hey, Steve, you know, every dark cloud has a silver lining. And I forgot the most important part of my weekend with all that doom and gloom, but I got to meet Hillbilly Tex Saturday. Did you see the picture?
I did, yes.
Well, brother, I tell you what, he come up to the truck stop and met me, and we got in his truck and went down the hill down there and had a great supper. And he said, well, I'm going to take you and show you the home of the world-famous Hillbilly Tex. I said, okay. So we went down there and pulled up in the little hamlet he lives in down there and pulled up in front of this house. And there was baby sister and little sister's husband. And we got out the truck, man, and they come running up to me and like they had known me for 100 years. Houses decorated. I mean, Clark Griswold didn't have nothing on these people, man.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Christmas exploded in them three houses. And, I mean, Steve, they treated me like they had known me all my life. Invited me into the home. We went in big sister's house first. Man, every room in there, I tell you, it was like Christmas just exploded. It reminded me of back when I was a child. And we was talking and stuff, and then Luther said, oh, you got to come to my house. She ain't going to outdo me. So I walked over there to her house and went in there, and we sat there and talked for a good little while and went all through the house, showed me the Christmas decorations and everything. And, you know, they restored my faith in humanity. Never seen me, never even talked to me, and they talked to me like they had known me for 100 years. And so, you know, I said, I got to get rolling, and he said, oh no, we're going to the Hillbilly Texas Hacienda. So we would get, you know, hugging and telling everybody goodbye, and they said, look, if you ever on that highway, you need a place to stay, whip up here. There'll always be a light on for you, Monkey Gouger.
How about
that? You know, Steve, it was something. And then we went to the Hillbilly Texana, and he opened up the door, turned on the lights, and I'll tell you what, we got a notice from the space shuttle. Well, could we turn the intensity of them lights down a little bit?
That's great.
And it really, I mean, it reminded me of back when I was a child, and all the Christmas decorations and all they had going on there, and friends being friends, and family being family, and I mean, it was just a great Saturday afternoon to get to spend with them, because I'll tell you something, them people is folks. I mean, I got a newfound family in Lenore City, Tennessee. So anyway, I appreciate you jumping me back in there, and I want to give a shout out to old Meteorite Boy for the accolades. And if you need something to stuff in your stocking, go to Amazon.com and order the book, The Jimmy Arter Story Don't Ever Give Up, and stuff your stockings there. And Steve, we'll catch you tomorrow night, buddy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for calling back. Yeah, thanks for the heads up there. Yeah, I forgot all about his meet and greet. Dinner with Hillbilly Tex there. Glad you had a good time. Hey, good morning, Rodney.
Hey, brother, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Happy Monday.
You? Hey, when I texted you last week, or messaged you last week about Rochelle, and I sent you a picture of her. I think you got it, or that. What they did is she had cancer in her face, in the left side, underneath her eyeball. They went in and cut her in the middle of her teeth, so underneath her nose. To the left side, they took a whole big chunk out of her. And they took bones from her left arm, reconstructed her face, and they took the skin from her left arm, underneath her left arm, and reformed her mouth. And they thought that they had it all. And now she's got to do 6 months of extreme, the hardest chemo that you can imagine.
Wow.
Every 2 weeks. And it's going to make her very, very, very sick. And dude, it's the hardest thing I've ever had to live with in my life.
Yeah, I got the picture you sent me here just a little bit ago. I mean, beautiful young lady. I mean, how old is she? Like 20 years old or something?
30.
30? Okay, she doesn't look 30.
Yeah, she's 30. Well, that's the picture she wanted me to put on Facebook when she was having her surgery, because we had sheriff's department, local police, state police, dispatchers, all my friends. I asked them on the day she had her surgery to take that a temp picture, and they did. And told that client last week, but man, it's hard to talk about it, but it's killing me. What do? When you're raised, it's pretty much a given you're going to lose your grandparents. You don't like it, but that's just the way life is. And it's pretty much a given you're going to lose your parents. That's just the way life is. You don't like it. My friend, I cannot tell you the hurt and the pain of knowing one of your kids is going through this. There's nothing you can do about it. It just, it's the most hopeless feeling you'll ever have in your life. And my family is a good family, and you know this for years.
Yes, sir.
And that girl can sing like no other, as the rest of my kids can. And I'm a Christian, but it makes you sit back and ask God, why her? And I had gone last week for the same reason. I have problems talking about this, but everyone needs to understand. Never underestimate the time with your family you have, because you don't know how much more time you have with them. Whether it's the parents or your kids, it's a bittersweet. I know your son's a cop. My son's a cop. He just graduated Thursday night from ILE from Indiana. And it's just a hard thing to deal with. And I apologize for calling in and getting choked up, but what the hell do you do, Steve?
I understand wholeheartedly. I can't say I can identify where you're coming from because I've never had to deal with something like that. But
God bless you. I hope the hell you never do.
Yeah.
It's one of the hardest things you'll ever have to do as a parent, and try to console your child and tell her it's going to be okay when you don't know if it's going to be okay. When they did the surgery, they thought I forget the name of the surgery or the name of the cancer. It was a big, long name. And they thought she had the lesser of the two. There's two of them. But she had it up there in that, they cut her from that middle of her teeth all the way up underneath her eye socket, all the way back to her jaw. They pretty much pulled her face up and took all that out. And they thought it was the lesser of the two. But after they sent that piece in, they found out it was the evil of the two, the more worse one. And that one's the one that attacks your bones, your liver, and your brain. And my God, man, I'm at a loss, trying to work and trying to function, and you just, it sucks. I would rather have that more than her. If I came out to people and go, hey, I'm 56, I got cancer, they'd be, well, we've seen that one coming. But my daughter don't smoke. She barely drinks, if any, and it just, she got my 9-year-old and my 11-year-old grandkids.
Some things we will never know the answers to, Rodney. I did share with the audience the message you sent me last week. I don't know if you were up and listening or not, but
I heard you. I thank you, man. Thank you so much. Power of prayer, brother. And don't mean to doubt God, but damn.
Yeah. Miracles can happen. Miracles can happen. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to take up your time. Just please keep us in your prayers. And
what was her?
Keep in touch.
What was her name again, Rodney? I apologize. What was her name again?
Rochelle.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, brother.
All right. That's not a problem. Difficult times, you got to have people to talk to and lean on in times of need. So, yeah, the audience, we've got many believers out there. They'll be saying a prayer for Rochelle. It's going to be a difficult time. 6 months, we've all known someone that's had to go through chemotherapy. Some of it's not as bad as others, but sounds like she's going to be going through a rough 6 months. All right, so a tad bit behind here. We'll get our news update and come back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Amid the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, concerns continue over the latest COVID-19 variant, Omicron, with health experts working to learn more about the new variant. Speaking on ABC's This Week, NIAID Director Dr. Anthony Fauci stresses the importance of COVID-19 boosters for those who have already been vaccinated.
But for now, if you want to be optimally protected, absolutely get a booster if you've already had your primary vaccination.
Tens of thousands of people across 6 states are spending another day without power after a string of deadly tornadoes ripped through the nation's heartland on Friday. The twisters cutting a path through Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, and Mississippi. At least 80 people are confirmed dead.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
One of former President Trump's most loyal supporters in Congress is blasting Republicans for discounting his influence in the party.
Donald Trump is the most consequential Republican in the entire Republican Party, maybe in the history of the party since Ronald Reagan.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says if any Republican wants to be the leader of the House or Senate, they need to have a working relationship with Donald Trump to be effective. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is hinting at his intention to run for governor.
Elections are a chance to tell people your vision and what you've done. My vision is that we've got to change a lot of things in this state, including helping families. Working families are struggling in the state of New York. They need a lot more help.
De Blasio didn't seem fazed when confronted by his low approval ratings on a recent poll against current governor Kathy Hochul. The mayor saying he's been the underdog many times. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Going a little bit more in depth on one of our top stories, as deadly tornadoes and storms recently impacted many states across the central and southern United States. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell explains what the biggest needs are in the aftermath of the devastating storms.
We want to focus today and the next day on life-saving. We really want to make sure that we find anybody who still might be trapped in the rubble across all of these states. But then it's going to be a long recovery, and we really need to focus on how we're going to help these communities with their immediate needs, their immediate sheltering needs, and then the long-term housing needs that are going to really be needed to help these communities and these families rebuild.
Democrats still believe they will be able to pass President Biden's Build Back Better bill before Christmas. This as Senate Republican John Barrasso expresses his disapproval with the president's spending bill on Fox Business.
The president is wrong on all of these things. Remember, he started the year by saying America is back, and he's been backpedaling ever since. You know, you look at these new inflation numbers, and our economy is on its back. You look at what's happened after the disaster of Afghanistan, and our back is against the wall in international areas. And now he is pushing this so-called Build Back Better bill. I mean, to me, I look at this will break the back of the American people with taxes, with spending.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Hope you had a good weekend. I know it was better for some than others. It's kind of hard to fathom. You know, there were people that had the decorations were hung, tree was up, most likely some presents under the tree. And some of those people won't be here for Christmas. As Rodney just mentioned, you know, can't take advantage of the time we have with our loved ones, with anyone for that matter. Just no guarantees. You'll see tomorrow, right? As they say. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Sylvester. Good morning, Sylvester.
So what? Hey, yes. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening where you are. Yes.
At 6:12 in the late afternoon, early evening. Yeah. You know, Rodney's absolutely right, man. You never know. Don't take anything for granted, because I'm telling you, you never know what's going to happen. So Susan's mom is really sick, and she's been in hospital now since September. And it's unlikely that she'll come out, but if she does, we're hoping to take care of her. So, yeah, like I said, and like what Rodney said, you never know. Don't take your family for granted, man. So what I want to do, well, I heard you talking about the solar panels with heat wave, and different types of solar panels have a different lifespan. The ones that are on the small recharging units, like what you're talking about, probably are what are called polymorphous, which are basically chips of silicon, which are oftentimes from the processing of other. Sorry, my phone's about to die. Processing of other solar panels, and they don't last nearly as long as the full crystal ones. They have a lifespan in the sun, direct sunlight, of about 5 years. The batteries, well, yeah, you're going to have to replace those. Those are probably that old. They could still be NiCad batteries. And when a NiCad battery stays flat for about 6 months, they're dead. You cannot revitalize them. You can get nickel metal hydride batteries, probably even at Home Depot, to replace them. But the solar panels probably have 5 years continuous use in direct sunlight every day. So if they've been put away, they got a lot of life left to them. You just have to replace the batteries. Honestly, it's probably cheaper to buy new ones. Like
I did buy the batteries. I paid $28 for 2 batteries. I mean, my son went to a place called, he had to go to a specialty shop, batteries and bulbs, and he had one of the old ones. The guy went back and had these drawers they were going through, and they said, I can't believe it, but we've got 2 of them in here in this drawer. So I do have new batteries.
Wow. But man, those aren't cheap. What size of battery are there? What did it tell you the cell type?
Oh, I can't remember what it was like. It's something like an AMH 1200. And I think they were, can't remember. I think they were 3 volts or something.
Yeah, they'll probably be 3.6 volts, and they're when they say 1200, that's 1200 milliamp batteries.
MAH, that was it.
Yeah, my milliamp hours. Yeah.
Okay.
Are they about the size of a AA battery, or maybe slightly bigger?
They're maybe twice the size of a AA.
Yeah, 83,620s. That's the typical size. Those really, you paid that much for them? But okay.
You had to
They're
pay.
cheaper.
They had them in stock, so I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, they're cheaper than that here. I'm shocked. Well, yeah, okay. So I get them pretty cheap though. So, but anyway, yeah. So yeah, you're good to go. Those just leave them out. See, you don't have a lot of sun up there at the moment, do you? Because they need to be like full 8 hours of charging in sun. Do they have do the ornaments have a switch on them to turn them off?
Yeah, there's like a light detector on the back of the solar panel. When it goes dark, they come on. During the day, as soon as the light comes up, they supposedly just start charging.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because I've got it's so funny. Like our whole street's all lit up, and we've got these two little bitty, almost like snow globes out the front. That's our contribution, and they glow beautiful red and beautiful green out there, Steve. That's our contribution to the Christmas lights.
There you go.
Yeah. Look, man. Yeah. So Dixon got hit. But it's kind of the same spot every time, though. There's I guess it's like a community college now, but it used to be like a small entertainment center there. It's got a big globe on it. I can't remember the name of it, Discovery Center or something like that. And every time there are high winds through there, it gets torn up. And once again, it got torn up. They're off Murrell Road. They're west of Dixon. Got hit pretty hard. I got a friend of mine who drives over there still. He's owner operator for IGA, and they got high winds, and it went just north of them. Now, when I was saying 150 straight up, that was in response to when Monkey Gouger's wife was asking, was it close to him? When Debbie was asking, is it close to him? I said, yeah, 150 feet straight up.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, no. It's pretty common to get tornadoes through there, but man, Mayfield, seriously, that's just horrible. I've been to that. I didn't think they make candles there. I can't remember them making candles there in Mayfield where I went to there. But Mayfield Consumer Products, that's where that factory is, and been in there. I can't remember what we picked up there, but it wasn't candles. It was something else. This is probably 12 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was candles. But yeah, no, that's horrible. I mean, it made the national news over here. It was so bad. So the difference between here and there, though, is this. When you have a crisis over there, the people stand up, they get together, and they make the solution. They stand side by side with their neighbors, and they work with their neighbors, and the people from far away put together food. I saw somebody who has bought a pallet of paper towels to send to Mayfield at a Costco. He bought a whole pallet of paper towels to send to Mayfield. And that's so different to the way it is here. Over here, and this is the socialist mindset. Oh, the government will take care of that. They just need to apply to the government for help. America needs to make sure that this imbecile Brandon in chief up there in Washington, in the Brandon administration, does not push this mindset onto the American people. America, I see your future. It ain't pretty. You don't want to be like this. It's bad to see. And I just hope that America can figure it out quick and turn it around starting this coming year, because man, it's not going to be good. Do you need to go to a break?
Oh, yeah, we could take care of that. Yeah, we got a few minutes. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, so so the Australian foreign minister was discussing the whole China and Russia thing. And they believe here that they're going to concurrently do each invasion. The Taiwanese, if you read the Taipei Times or the Taiwanese, the Taiwan News, they're all believing it's about to happen. It's going to happen very soon. Probably first quarter of next year, as late as the first part of the second quarter of next year. When are the Winter Olympics supposed to be? What are the dates?
February.
Yeah. And one of the things it was kind of a conspiracy theory that they were talking about, but they were saying that probably what will happen, this is somebody totally different, was China may attack Taiwan during the Olympics because of they'll have all those hostages. So nobody's going to attack China when all those foreign tourists
athletes,
are there.
All the athletes from around the world. Yeah, I've heard several on this program. You've heard them suggested. Yeah, I think Friday morning someone had called in saying that, I remember when Xi Jinping met with Putin here a few months ago, and they were collaborating on things supposedly economically and whatnot. But yeah,
if you remember, I actually that too. I mentioned that as well back months ago. And this whole Ukraine thing was a bit of a furphy, kind of a red herring. But we'll just have to see. If that happens, I wonder what's going to happen with the internet. Because you know how the internet works, right? It's like a web. So if you ever look at a web, and that's why they call it a World Wide Web. If you ever look at a web, if you tear down part of a web, you can still get to where you need to go to. Like the spider can still go to where it needs to go to. It just has to go a little bit longer distance, takes us a little bit longer. So hopefully we'll still be able to communicate. But I don't know. With the Russians and their ability to knock out satellites, the first thing that will happen is that the U.S. will turn off the GPS units. And then what then? No? I mean, China's already blocking GPS units in their own ports. Other communications is the U.S. going to turn off the internet? Because we have the capability of doing that. I don't know, man. If the hat drops and I can't talk to you guys over there, take care. You never know when it's going to happen. Like, yeah, I'm a Christian, and the Lord says that we should be like, and the word is virgins, but at night and keep our lamps full, waiting for the bridegroom to arrive. So we should do the same thing with what's going on, because it's going to happen. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's going to happen. We just have to stay ready. Look, man, just put together something so that you're able to take care of yourself, and everybody out there, take care of yourselves. Damn, man. It's hard to believe that this is actually going to happen.
Yeah, difficult times we live in, right? Yep, right. Frightening stuff. All right, we'll get a quick 2-minute time out there and back with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
The cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it at 844-3388. Did somebody say just another day in paradise?
Yeah, I don't know if it's paradise. It's kind of cold down here in New Mexico, but at least I ain't up there in Utah, and that's where they wanted me to go, and then they decided they wasn't going to send no trucks out there because they've been sitting down there on I-80 for 3 days. They're at Cheyenne and on out further, so.
Mm-hmm.
So I go to El Paso and then on over to Phoenix. But I read that deal on CDL Life about Central Freight closing. Does it seem kind of odd that Moya's on Central Freight, and then it just wasn't a couple months ago where Swift Transportation had bought AAA Cooper for $150 million, who is a freight company. And Moyes is still with Swift, Knight Swift, but why would you buy one freight company and then turn around and bankrupt the other one?
Mm-hmm.
Something don't quite seem right. But I don't know how much Moyes has got in with Knight Swift, how much power he's got and everything, but it just seemed kind of odd to me that they all of a sudden they bankrupt that, but yet they spent $150 million to buy AAA Cooper. What was it, a month ago, 2 months ago? When they made that announcement. Just wondering, another freight companies have gone out of business, and another one comes in their place, run by the same people, whatever. Conway and Consolidated Freight, same deal there. Conway built a system up, and then closed the doors on Consolidated Freightways years ago. Anyway, you got all your Christmas lights up, Clark?
Yeah, I think we're done with the decorations. Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay, just kind of wondering. I know you usually do that right around Thanksgiving time. I didn't know. Didn't know if you had a house full of people and had enough help, or.
I did run off. I'm not putting as much as I used to up, but yeah, I think the house looks good.
You're getting kind of old to climb up on a roof,
I had Steven get up there. I had Steven get on the roof for me.
Oh, geez.
Because that was right after right after I yanked my back out of whack, and I was afraid to get up there.
Wasn't it last year that you had a problem too? Or the year before, one that you tweaked your back putting lights up.
Isn't it like clockwork? I said it's my semi-annual pulled my back.
Doggone. Right. Oh, well. I don't know. There's actually Christmas lights going up at my house for the first time in 8 years because my roommate's got his family all coming in from Utah and everything. And I was kind of surprised to walk in the other day and see a wreath on the door and everything because we haven't done nothing because neither one of us are ever home for Christmas. Now, of course, I'm going to disappear for Christmas because, like I said, he's going to have his whole family there. So I'll probably go up and spend Christmas with my family, which I usually don't do, but
something a little different this year then.
Yeah, I don't know how much fun it's going to be. We'll try. You know me, I for some reason I just don't do family vacation or family, family holidays. I never have. But
well, what's that line in what's that line in Christmas Vacation where she says, "Yeah, come on, it's Christmas. We're all miserable."
Exactly. Exactly. But, well, prayers to Rodney and the Bays family. I hate to hear that. That's tough. I didn't realize his kids were that old, but I guess it has been that long since.
That's what I was thinking. I remember them. It's probably been 18, 20, hell, maybe 15, 20 years ago now.
Last time I seen them was down there at Dallas so that was what, 05, 06?
How many
probably?
years has it been since? I haven't been down there in forever.
Yeah, that's the last time, because I know they was out there in the parking lot, singing that one night. I think I may have seen them at Louisville maybe the year after that or something like that, but it's been a long time. Everything goes well there. Yeah, I'd come through down there. The storms I'd come through too, blowing up through Jonesboro and everything on Friday morning, early. Of course, I knew all that. They was talking about it's supposed to get bad through there, and I talked to my sister a while ago, and they had some damage right there just north of Tupelo there where they live at. But yeah, I sure hate that too, because boy, I've got a lot of friends that live in that whole corridor there from Paducah on up there to into Kentucky and everything. Talked to a couple of them earlier today. It's like everybody's all right.
Mm-hmm.
I've always heard tornado never jump a river. Well, that just goes to prove it will, right?
Yeah.
The Ohio and right there at Crothersville. Anyway. Well, I guess I'll let you go. Looks like you're well past the bottom of the hour and everything.
All right, take care of business, as we say. Well, enjoy your day in paradise there in New Mexico. And yes, it is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
A new week begins, and for many in 6 southern states, it's going to mean lots of cleanup and, sadly, many funerals. That after deadly tornadoes tore through 6 states on Friday night and early Saturday, killing around 100 people. They're still finding bodies. The FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell was talking about all the specific missions they're on right now to try to help the folks affected by the storms.
Because housing, we know, is going to be such a tremendous need, we are sending in one of our housing experts to begin the strategy for how we're going to be able to help with the long-term housing needs and the recovery of these communities.
FEMA Chief Deanne Criswell, the U.S. death toll from COVID-19 has crossed the 800,000 mark over this weekend, with about 450,000 of those deaths coming in 2021, about 57% of them. And this is USA Radio News.
If you're trying to quit drinking or doing too many drugs, listen to me. You don't know me and we'll never meet. I had a problem like you once. I drank and used to party a little too much till it got out of control and almost ruined my life. I realized I needed help to fix my problem before it totally destroyed me. If you've tried to fix your drinking and drug problem and you know you can't do it alone, you need to call the National Treatment Advisors. They'll immerse you into a 30-day program to replace your old habits with new habits and totally change your life. And if you have PPO private health insurance, the entire program may be covered. Fix your problem right now before it gets any worse. Get clean. Call now and learn more.
800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. 800-844-1675. That's 800-844-1675.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, I knew the peak was supposed to be coming up sometime pretty soon. stepped out the secret bunker, smoke break there. I saw a decent meteor there, just happenstance. But when is the peak of that Geminid meteor shower? So I guess, it's already beginning. But Mother Nature will be cooperating for some stargazers Monday night, technically, overnight, Monday night into Tuesday morning. If you've got clear skies, maybe some areas will have some patchy fog. So it's going to be kind of chilly. Prepare to bundle up if you're going to be out watching the Geminids. The best time to view this meteor shower is the latter half of the overnight hours, like between 2 and 5 a.m. So, for those who are watching at a more reasonable hour, if you look toward the north, you'll probably see more meteors until the moon sets. Moon sets at about 2 o'clock in the morning, so best opportunity to catch some of them would be getting away from the city lights. Focus your attention on the darkest part of the sky, and you got to be patient. Meteor showers are oftentimes active in bursts, so you'll have a lot of lull time in between on occasions. Then you'll see a handful of them in very short order. But technically the peak coming up later on Monday night. So there you go. All right. Let's see. Is that Philip?
It sure is. How you doing, Steve?
Hey, good morning. What's happening? How was your weekend, first of all?
Oh, my weekend was good. I worked like I always do. That was one heck of a storm. I tell you what, dude. I never seen something like that before. Did you see any of the footage from Bowling Green, Kentucky?
I've seen a lot of pictures from differing areas. Most of the focus has been like, the candle factory there in Mayfield. Is Bowling Green, was that where the Amazon facility was?
No, that Amazon facility was in Edwardsville, Illinois, just over by St. Louis. But the one that I noticed on the Weather Channel that they played was from Bowling Green. It took a 53-foot trailer and put it right next to somebody's house, and there was absolutely no drag marks on the ground, so that means the trailer was let down. It was just like somebody picked it up and just sat it down. And I don't even know where it came from. Nobody knows.
Wow.
It's a 53-foot trailer. And I don't even know if it was loaded or not, but it just set it down in this guy's front yard right by his house. And it was pointed right at the tail of the trailer was pointed at his house. And it was a crazy thing I never seen. They were talking about the tops on that storm being at 7 miles up in the atmosphere. That was the top of that storm. So that's what, like 36,000 feet, something like that.
Wow.
36,000 feet high. That storm was. That's something like you see in spring. That ain't something like you see in the fall, like we are right now. In wintertime.
Yep.
You don't. That's what amazed me with it. That's something like you see out in Oklahoma in the heat of the summer. It's not something you see this time of year. So it's a weird weather phenomenon type thing. They said they figured it went about 224 miles.
Yes.
That one tornado went. If you compared that to distance, that would be like going from Orlando to Miami in Florida, which is about 3-4 hours away. So that thing was on the ground for a long time. I mean, that was crazy. That was a crazy storm. Heat wave, talking about your solar panels. I like the solar panels. My only problem with them is, and I'm concerned with it, especially with the situation we just saw over the weekend, is them storms. What happens when you get into a storm situation? Will they take the abuse? That's my only fear about a solar panel. And I don't think I'd ever put them up on top of my house. I'd mount them out on a array that's outside somewhere out on the land instead of being on the facility. But and as far as Rodney goes, Bud, we'll be praying for y'all. I hope your daughter gets better. I went through cancer with my family. Been through it many times. My sister-in-law, she's just been diagnosed with it. And I don't know how it would be with me and my kids. I mean, that's a feeling I mean, I've never went through that kind of stuff before, and I hope I don't ever go through it. I'm sorry that you're having to go through it this time. So, but we'll be praying for y'all. That's pretty much all I got today, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for checking in. Good to have you with us here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. Found it rather interesting over the weekend. In regards to the whole COVID, the Omicron variant's been around for like 2 weeks now, since it's first been discovered. And they continue to discover it in more and more states. Here in the USA, all the latest states that have been added to confirmed cases are individuals who are fully vaccinated, by the way. But the World Health Organization confirms that they have not documented any deaths from the Omicron variant of the COVID-19. None. According, again, to the World Health Organization, for Omicron, we have not had any deaths reported. Now, it's still early in the clinical course of disease. That could change. When reached for comment, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention sent their report on the Omicron variant in the United States from December 1 through December 8. It shows there were no documented deaths from Omicron during that period. The World Health Organization's weekly epidemiology update showed that all 212 cases documented across 18 European Union countries were either mild or even asymptomatic. Now, while South Africa saw an 80% increase in hospital admissions due to COVID-19 during the week of November 28th through December 4th, it is not yet known the proportion of those with the Omicron variant. Of course, Omicron has also been detected in the United States. It was first California, then Colorado, New York, Maryland, Utah, and the number of states just continues to increase with each passing day. All right. So just rather interesting. I mean, it appears the Omicron variant, although it may be more transmissible, it does not appear to be causing more serious health issues, with no deaths confirmed to date. All right, we get a quick 2-minute timeout and return with more. You want to jump on board? Plenty of room for you here on a Monday. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Oh, yeah, by the way, you're hearing in our news breaks, word out of D.C., they're still talking about, hoping to pass Build Back Better before Christmas. Oh my, Lord help us. Well, the Congressional Budget Office released an analysis Friday estimating that President Biden's Build Back Better plan could increase the federal deficit by $3 trillion. That is with a T, trillion, over the next decade, if the proposed programs are made permanent. Now, they also estimated that the legislation would increase the nation's deficit by $160 billion over the next decade if the programs were not made permanent. Now, this is the $1.7 trillion initiative passed by the House that would establish universal preschool, expand Medicaid, green energy tax credits, and roughly $1.95 trillion in new taxes. Now, here's the kicker. Anytime you pass legislation that has some sort of a benefit, whether it's the preschool or the Medicaid expansion, they say, well, we're doing this for this year and next year, and then we're going to cancel it. That's their way of keeping the numbers to appear not so bad. You say, well, $160 billion over the next 10 years. All right, in the big scheme of things, that's not too bad. But ultimately, in the next 24 months, they come back and say, all right, we're going to extend this for another year, or we're going to extend this for another 5 years. If the temporary provisions of the bill are extended, which we fully expect them to be, if the Democrats have the votes to do it, this legislation will cost a whole lot more than the American people have been told. So says Senator John Cornyn of Texas. Obviously, you've got Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who's been a critic of the plan and the extensive costs, said what the administration is doing is they're using gimmicks to downplay the price tag on the bill. As more of the real details outlined in the basic framework are released, what I see are shell games and budget gimmicks that make the real cost of this so-called $1.75 trillion bill estimated to be twice as high if the programs are extended or made permanent, no less. Now, they're going to need Manchin's vote to pass the bill. Manchin still has yet to endorse the package and will probably look to make some significant changes. Then you've got Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona, another Democrat who may seek changes in the bill in the Senate. She already shot down the administration's effort to hike the tax rate on large corporations and wealthy individuals. So I don't know that they try to sound optimistic and confident they'll get it passed by Christmas. But, as you just heard in the bottom of the hour break, the price tag on this is going to be, with inflation as it is today, and not expected to slow down anytime soon. It is not transitory, as they've been saying for so long. This very well stands to be the final nail in the coffin, the straw that broke the camel's back, whatever you want to call it. When it comes to our economy. But with that, we get back to the calls. Hey, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? How you doing, man?
Doing all right. You out there patrolling the streets this chilly morning?
No, I'm not.
No? Oh, okay.
No, I'm off. I go back tomorrow. And the weekend off. Oh, man, Steve, I really didn't have too much to say, but after Rodney called in, man, I just had to call and tell him all our hearts go out to him. I don't know if there's anything I personally can do, but if there is, feel free to get in touch with me, man. That's rough times there for sure, you know.
Yeah, we all want to. I mean, when it comes to, I could see where it's trying to come from. When it comes to your children, you want to do whatever you can to try to shelter them, to shield them, protect them from whatever might befall, might come their way. But you're pretty much hopeless when it comes to something like this. There's nothing you can do as a parent.
Yeah, and we both have children, and mine are all grown out of the house except one, and you just couldn't fathom, man.
Yeah.
Believe me, when he says he would take her spot, there's no doubt in my military mind he would do so. So, anyway, hearts out to him and the family. But yeah, man, them tornadoes, dude. You remember the April 3rd tornadoes back in '74? You young enough? I was about 14 when that happened, but I seen the one that went through Sailor Park. Well, Steve, I was looking out the front window, and it was hailing. And this big hail ball came down. It was the size of a softball. And I remember telling myself, man, as soon as it stops, I'm going to run out there and
grab that thing.
Yeah. And it stopped. And I ran outside to grab that thing. It was eerily quiet. Looked up in the sky. I'm like, holy moly, I see a tornado. Went running back in. Got the old man. He comes out. Yeah, it's a tornado. That was the one that went through Sailor Park. But Xenia got pretty much wiped out. But man, I mean, I'll tell you what, Steve, I think this might outdo it, man, honestly.
I remember well, because I remember that was the first house we lived in over on Haskell. We lived at the time, and we didn't have a basement. We were on a slab in that home as well. And I had an uncle that lived about 8 houses down the street, and we all gathered up and ran down to his house. I'd never seen like my stepdad and my uncle acting so swiftly. They were grabbing mattresses from upstairs and dragging them down the stairs to put under the stairway and whatnot to shield and protect us. But that was the year my mom had that old. She had the what is it? The convertible. That's the convertible top on her Pontiac, and it was like the soft top convertible. And I watched one of those. We saw one of those hail balls, and my stepdad was in the window next to us, and he saw that hail ball like go through the roof of the convertible, and he was like, "Oh, damn it, no!" And we went. And we only saw the one go through. When we got out there after the hail stopped, it was like Machine Gun Kelly. Had that convertible top was the car was full of hail balls, it just shredded the thing.
Man, I remember it well, Steve, like it was damn yesterday, And I'm sure Monkey Gouger, he's going to remember that well, like it was yesterday. Yeah. Man. Oh, man, glad he got through it all right. But hey, man, that's the weather. Somebody on the show calls in all the time, made a comment. I said, well, Steve warned us. He warned us it was coming. But, I was up when it happened. I happened to just scroll on the the weather app and watched it all come through, and just happened to flip the TV on. I don't know what time it was, maybe 2, 3 o'clock, I guess. And they had all the warnings, going up on there. But hunker down, man. It's all you can do, And at nighttime, that's scary, man. God almighty. But, hey, that's about all I got, man. Y'all have a safe night. Good hearing from everybody.
Thank you so much for checking in. And you do the same. Have a safe night, all right? Okay,
Yes,
we're going to get the very latest what's going on in the news world. Hey, we got clear lines as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. So feel free to jump on board at 844-844-3388. Yeah, the individual stories of what unfolded over the weekend will be coming out, and one of those that came out yesterday, as a matter of fact. So on the day before Thanksgiving, Mayfield Consumer Products, they're in Western Kentucky, posted photos online. It was the smiling employees lining up at the buffet table as they were getting ready to enjoy that special pre-holiday meal together at the factory canteen there. Same place that on Friday night, that's the candle-making plant, where the workers had celebrated just 2 weeks ago. The whole facility now in ruins, literally flattened by that tornado. During a late shift, more than 100 employees were working inside. By Saturday morning, 40 of them had been rescued. Many were still missing. But that's the tragedy. Yeah, Mayfield Consumer Products, which describes itself as a local, family-owned maker of candles, wax, and home fragrance goods. They were looking to expand their workforce, advertising job openings on the website and their Facebook page in just recent days. Yeah, more on that story just ahead, though. First, let's get our news update. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Amid the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, concerns continue over the latest COVID-19 variant, Omicron, with health experts working to learn more about the new variant. Speaking on ABC's This Week, NIAID Director Dr. Anthony Fauci stresses the importance of COVID-19 boosters for those who have already been vaccinated.
But for now, if you want to be optimally protected, absolutely get a booster if you've already had your primary vaccination.
Tens of thousands of people across 6 states are spending another day without power after a string of deadly tornadoes ripped through the nation's heartland on Friday. The twisters cutting a path through Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, and Mississippi. At least 80 people are confirmed dead. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
One of former President Trump's most loyal supporters in Congress is blasting Republicans for discounting his influence in the party.
Donald Trump is the most consequential Republican in the entire Republican Party, maybe in the history of the party since Ronald Reagan.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says if any Republican wants to be the leader of the House or Senate, they need to have a working relationship with Donald Trump to be effective. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is hinting at his intention to run for governor.
Elections are a chance to tell people your vision and what you've done. My vision is that we've got to change a lot of things in this state, including helping families. Working families are struggling in the state of New York. They need a lot more help.
De Blasio didn't seem fazed when confronted by his low approval ratings on a recent poll against current Governor Kathy Hochul. The mayor saying he's been the underdog many times. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Going a little bit more in depth on one of our top stories, as deadly tornadoes and storms recently impacted many states across the central and southern United States. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell explains what the biggest needs are in the aftermath of the devastating storms.
We want to focus today and the next day on life-saving. We really want to make sure that we find anybody who still might be trapped in the rubble across all of these states. But then it's going to be a long recovery, and we really need to focus on how we're going to help these communities with their immediate needs, their immediate sheltering needs, and then the long-term housing needs that are going to really be needed to help these communities and these families rebuild.
Democrats still believe they will be able to pass President Biden's Build Back Better bill before Christmas. This as Senate Republican John Barrasso expresses his disapproval with the president's spending bill on Fox Business.
The president is wrong on all of these things. Remember, he started the year by saying America is back, and he's been backpedaling ever since. You know, you look at these new inflation numbers, and our economy is on its back. You look at what's happened after the disaster of Afghanistan, and our back is against the wall in international areas. And now he is pushing this so-called Build Back Better bill. I mean, to me, I look at this will break the back of the American people with taxes, with spending.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How about that? Got your message there, Santa Claus? Said I just met up with Heatwave. Upstanding gentleman. on his way back to the Hacienda. So, how did you know who Santa Claus was? Did Heatwave find Santa Claus, or did Santa Claus find Heatwave? Or did you know what he looked like already? Maybe from Facebook and whatnot. Probably knew what he looked like, right? Anyway, so I'm going to take a nap for another couple of hours. I'll catch the rest of the show on the app later today. All right. Thank you so much. Glad you guys got to hook up. Everybody be safe out there. It's a small world, my friends. A small, small world. But back to Mayfield Consumer Products. Search and rescue teams combing through the debris. A picturesque town, as they describe it, near the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers in the far southwest corner of Kentucky. Community of about 10,000 residents. was transformed by the tornado when, of course, the landscape cluttered with damaged and demolished buildings, uprooted trees stripped bare, twisted road signs, sagging utility lines. Among those said to be unaccounted for at the wrecked factory was an employee identified by family as 52-year-old Jill Monroe, who was last heard from about 9:30 p.m., about the time the storm struck, according to her daughter, reached through Facebook on Saturday. Tingle, the daughter, Paige Tingle, told Reuters she had driven 4 hours to the factory site on the hopes of finding her mother, whose fate at press time of this report was still unknown. We don't know what to think. We're very nervous. We don't know how to feel. We're just trying to find her. It's a disaster here. My thoughts go out to everyone. One employee who survived the collapse live streamed a video from inside where she was trapped, with her legs pinned beneath the rubble. She can be heard on the live video saying, "I'm really scared." She was on Facebook while waiting to be rescued. The screams and prayers of other workers, some in Spanish, piercing the almost complete darkness of the collapsed factory. Now, she said, "I didn't think I was going to make it. My legs, I couldn't move them, and I was just freaking out." In an interview that aired earlier in the day on the Today Show, Parsons Perez said among those who rushed to the aid of trapped workers was a group of inmates from the nearby Graves County Jail. They could have used that moment to try and run away, but they didn't. They were there actually helping us. Her account of inmates assisting in rescue efforts could not immediately be verified, but the Graves County Jail said in a Facebook post they did have a few inmates working at the candle factory and that they had lost one staff member. Of course, the warning had been issued for Mayfield ahead of the tornadoes. Local television, the town sirens were going off. People confirmed that their phones were activating with the warnings. Now, he said the workers at the candle factory sheltered where they were supposed to, and more people had evacuated to safety than they had previously thought. We believe that the death loss may be not as high as we initially feared. But again, no immediate casualty estimates available for the factory or the surrounding community. But an incredible, about 110 were believed to have been inside the candle plant when it was leveled. 40 people rescued as of Saturday. The Graves County coroner earlier said that 40 people remained unaccounted for at the factory. But again, the number out of Kentucky, Bashir did also confirm at a press conference this past day that the death toll had exceeded 80. So very well, could go well over 100 before all is said and done. Well, good morning, Big Ed.
Well, good morning, Steve. How was your weekend?
Well, I actually had a pretty pleasant weekend compared to some people out there.
Yeah, true. You don't even answer your damn phone calls. Not important like me calls.
Uh-oh.
You know? Just a hard time. Right quick, Rodney prayers. Of all people, I understand about Christmas time, the whole world gets turned upside down. And like a whole lot of people's world got turned up. Steve, right quick before I get started, I'm going to give a plug to somebody because later I'm going to text them and tell them what hour to listen to it. I turned some people onto your program. And they're right up there by Chicago, of all places. Thursday, it broke down.
Mm-hmm.
It was Channahon, Illinois. And I will send you a copy of her business card and you can maybe give it to your sales rep. But it's Channahon, Illinois, J&A Fleet Maintenance. And they got a shop there. Plus, I was talking to them, and they just opened up one down there in Florida. What really, really blew my mind, like I said, J&A Fleet Maintenance, was, up by Chicago, and it don't matter. Wherever you break down, you think, man, it's going to be 2 or 3 days. Matter of fact, when I got into the shop, my load planner, she said, well, this was on Thursday. She said, think I ought to get the motel on Monday. And I said, well, no, let's give them a chance. Hell, they may get this thing fixed Friday. We got in there about 1 o'clock Thursday. By 6 o'clock Thursday evening, they had my truck up and running. I had a busted fuel line, return line going into my fuel filter. And the left front shock had sheared off the top and popped over and busted that line and just shut me down out there on the highway. Luckily, I was able to coast off the ramp. But I turned them on to your program, and I suggested to them they opened a new shop down there in Florida, and just the great, outstanding work they did. It's nice to go into a shop, and I'm sure owner-operators can appreciate it. They keep the prices, right there, affordable prices, and I just was blown away that they got me up and going, because I thought, man, I'll be in the Chicago area all weekend. Well, like I say, I got in there at 1 o'clock, and by 6 o'clock that evening, they had the truck up and running. But since I was already moteled up, and they even took me to the motel. They asked me, they said, well, do you want to come and get the truck? And I said, no, I'll just pick it up Friday morning. So I'll send you a copy of their or text you a copy of their calling card.
Good deal.
Your sales rep can get hold of them. And I suggested to them, and I'm going to call them or text them later and let them know what hour that I'm talking about. Because I told them I'd give them a plug, and maybe we can pick you up some more sponsorship there. And I was telling them about Hot Shot Secrets, So anyway, I'm the one that mentioned that you had called that, because I was listening to your show. We played back Friday. I mean, you pinpointed that, and I never really give it no never mind, because when I was up in Chicago, I was running my damn heater because it was cold, Time I got back down to Illinois, it was hot. And I was running the darn air conditioner, and I thought, boy, this cold air and this warm air are going to collide. And I still didn't understand the severity of what was getting ready to happen. Then it started coming across the National Weather Service, this bullseye, where all the possible tornado outbreaks were going to be. And so I thought, God, I was right there in Troy, Illinois, where I was camped out for the weekend. And it was about 8:30, and I shared the video on my Facebook page when the tornado sirens went off. And I mean, buddy, it flat. I'm bobtailing, okay, and I'm parked. And I mean, the truck went to rocking and a rolling, just really rattling. I was like, good grief. Well, we got some high winds. And then the tornado sirens went off about that time. And I didn't know it till Saturday morning. That's when that tornado hit that Amazon plant there at Edwardsville. My cell service went to pot at that point. So, just happened to be about 7 miles from where that happened. And good grief. And then hear what happened down there at Mayfield and there in Kentucky. And I was watching some video earlier. There in, I don't know if you've seen it, but there in Monette, Arkansas, where the nursing home got hit, they were showing some of the houses. And one guy letting them video his house, and the wind drove his tools from the garage into his living room. He's got a hatchet in the wall,
Wow.
And then what really blew my mind, they were showing an I-beam, a steel I-beam, and the anchor bolts were buried deep into the ground that this I-beam was tied to. And it bent those damn anchor bolts, just laid that I-beam over, pulled them damn anchor bolts out of the ground. Now, buddy, that is some strong wind.
Yeah.
Do something like that. And so all I know, years ago watching what happened in Moore, Oklahoma, that's the kind of tornado that if you ain't on the ground, you're going to die. You know, that's just simple as it can be. Have they classified it as an EF5 yet?
They have
if
not.
They haven't. I guarantee you they will before the day's over.
Yeah, they haven't officially classified. I mean, I saw some of the Weather Channel staff down there broadcasting, and they said, he said, I know it's a Category 3. It's probably a 4. It could be a 5.
Steve, I guarantee you, if I'm a betting man, I'm telling you they're going to classify that as a 5. I mean, you just look at, but of course, I'm basing it on what the area that I lived in the Oklahoma City area, and the past tornadoes when they got hit there and more. One time Kay was still alive, and I sent home one afternoon, and that big EF5 come roaring through Moore, Oklahoma, and I seen this oil field location that I would go haul oil from, and they were 8 300-barrel crude oil tanks sitting there. And after talking to the pumper, after that roared through there, it picked all them tanks up, took off with them. He said there was 2 of those tanks full of crude oil, and they never found them suckers. Now, that's just how much.
Wow.
I'm sure the oil went into the stratosphere. If you understand what I mean by 300-barrel crude oil tanks, that's a lot of crude oil. 2 of them was full of oil, and they picked up and gone. So seeing all that damage, I'd be real surprised if that wasn't a Collier EF5, and it just seemed like everything just cold air and the warm air all just collided and created the perfect scenario for that. And the prayers for everybody, because there's people out in the countryside that were hit hard too, and while we're getting what happened like in Mayfield and Monette and some of the various, somebody believes that where Bowling Green got hit. And then what happened there in Edwardsville is just tragedy, and all you can do is offer up prayers and just tell them, hey, especially people that lost loved ones, the darkest part of night is right there before the sun comes up. I know that. But the same thing with going through the catastrophic situations in life. Right there before the light of life comes back into your life is the darkest part that you're going to have to deal with. And while the memory and the pain won't go away, but you will start feeling better. That's the only way you can say anything. Just like Rodney, what he's going through, his daughter, and I just wanted to share that. I just felt like I wanted to call in and plus share this, and I'll send you a copy of this. And I hope you don't get upset with me for giving them a plug. But
no problem. No, absolutely. Yeah.
But other than that, Steve, I do listen to you, buddy. I'm a faithful follower of Steve Sommers, and do appreciate your weather report because you called that sucker right there Thursday. Go back and listen to it. You pinpointed it. Other than that,
I hate to be right in that case, but yeah,
well, you're very valuable to the trucking community. I don't have to say that. And just like what I just did here, you guys know people out there that help the drivers. Turn them on to the show, and see if we can get some more advertising dollars cranked up for you guys, because I'm praying that what I just did will benefit you in the program. And, I want to see you keep going, because I sure appreciate all that you do, my friend. And I appreciate your callers too.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate all you do, Ed. Yes, and we could use some of those advertising dollars. Lord knows. If you know anybody that might be interested in advertising on the overnight drive, have them get a hold of Chad. That's C. Highland at lubricationspecialties.com. Yeah, earlier Chad was on the discussion board. He jumped at about 1 a.m., said hi to Chad. So, yeah, he's the one that handles those sort of things. And with that, okay, we're rolling toward news update. Just a couple minutes away, so we'll hold off on that quick timeout. And we've got clear lines at 844-3388. Close out the weekend, roll into a Monday. Industry headlines. Now, in this case, a motorist was caught on a traffic camera driving the wrong way on a highway in Cleveland last week. It was Thursday morning on I-90 near East 185. In the video, you can actually see, it's like, I don't know if they call them the Artemis or the highway cameras. Yeah, the car's heading the wrong way on the highway for a very short period of time before colliding head-on with an oncoming tractor-trailer. Of course, destroyed the car, critically injured the motorist. The truck driver was not injured, but investigators say the motorist was driving the wrong direction for just over a minute and a half before the collision occurred. A shorter amount of time than a witness spent on the phone with emergency services. They released the 911 call. A woman that sounded very frantic. I'm on the freeway, and down the road, someone just got on driving the wrong direction, she tells dispatch. The Ohio Department of Transportation said there have been 80 crashes involving wrong-way drivers, with 11 fatalities this year. Although that includes drivers on two-way roads, that if you drift out of your lane, so you'd be on the wrong side of the road. But in this case, this was a section of, it looks like, at least 4 lanes wide, and there wasn't much traffic out there. It was, the lane that the car was in was the same lane as the truck was in. Looks like they tried to avoid, but impact. And then we get to this time of year, winter time upon us, right? Well, it's not going to feel very winter-like this week. We got a good dose of it, though, in parts of the West, parts of Wisconsin, Minnesota, and even down Utah got their first considerable snow of this season. That sparked 189 crashes in one day last Thursday. From midnight till 10 p.m. Thursday. Utah Highway Patrol said that several of these crashes involved semi-trucks. No serious injuries sustained in any of the nearly 200 incidents in less than 24 hours. In Utah County, where I was a lot of the day, we had 2 issues with jackknife semis. And I know in Salt Lake County, a semi over on 215 caused some pretty severe delays there, according to the sergeant there with the Highway Patrol. We can't always see. We got a lot of blind spots, and in this kind of weather, you can't see very well out of the mirrors. You've got to be aware of your surroundings. That's the biggest thing. But going to have to get used to some wintry driving conditions. And with that, we'll get our news break here. And again, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
Over 100 people have died from the tornadoes which tore through parts of the Midwest and South on Friday night. Kentucky especially hard hit. The governor, Andy Beshear, says entire towns are gone and over 1,000 homes have likely been turned into rubble. President Biden is promising to provide whatever is needed, and the FEMA chief said on Sunday morning
What I've seen as an emergency manager is that many people will stay with friends and family, but we know that not everybody has a place to go.
President Biden is planning to visit some of the impacted states over the next few days. The U.S. marking 800,000 deaths from COVID-19 since the start of the pandemic, with that calculation coming from Reuters on Sunday. About 450,000 of those deaths have come in 2021. And this is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to bingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at bingoRadioUSA.com. That's bingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you so much, and welcome back here on a Monday. What are we looking at? 13th day of December. So we got one final weekend before the arrival of Christmas. Yeah, one final shopping weekend, I guess that would be. All right, so yeah, probably going to be a busy weekend at the retailers next weekend. No doubt about it, last-minute shoppers, right? I don't know. Focus has been on what's been happening weather-wise around the country for obvious reasons. But other things, other developments over the weekend. Is anybody surprised about Chris Wallace? Chris Wallace, kind of surprising everyone at the end of his Fox News Sunday program this past morning when he announced, this is my last Fox News Sunday with you, which led to the hashtag Good Riddance among the top trends Sunday. He's actually leaving Fox to jump ship to CNN's streaming service. You know, more and more in recent years, haven't we been saying, Chris Wallace would fit more in with the lamestream left-leaning media, right? Former President Trump responded by saying, well, he'll be controlled by the radical left now. They control him. Former Trump advisor Steve Cortez tweeted his testy exchange with Wallace after the debate, where Wallace was blasted for haranguing Trump and his incredibly biased performance as debate moderator. Yeah, going back to back in October of 2020, right? Just before the election, you may recall. He said, Chris, the way you're trying to harangue me now actually reminds me of what did to the president during the debate Tuesday night when he had to debate not just Joe Biden, but you, the moderator. You were not a neutral moderator. Todd Starnes, the conservative podcast host, mocking Wallace, being thrilled to join the lowest-rated cable news network. Let me see here. Who else chimed in? A whole bunch of others, but I guess, the whole trend was good riddance. Nobody going to miss him on Fox News anyway. I couldn't stomach watching Chris Wallace on Sunday mornings for years now, but what else in the news? Is it global warming? Have you heard anyone mention, no, I'm sorry, climate change. It's climate change. You have to be careful about how we word things. It used to be global warming, but now it's climate change that's causing these severe weather events. Anybody jumped on that just yet? It's almost comical because, when I'm like sharing the updates about how warm things are going to be this week, and we're looking at possibly breaking records or tying records that have stood for 100 years, those sort of things. Well, what was going on 100 years ago? Were they talking global warming and climate change at that point in time? Were they talking about this is all being caused by the internal combustion engine? No, they weren't. This was a horrific tornado outbreak, a deadly tornado outbreak, but not the deadliest. We can look back currently at the 5 deadliest outbreaks in history. The deadliest tornado recorded in history was the tri-state tornado, the tri-state of Missouri, Illinois, and Indiana back in 1925. According to the National Weather Service, at least 695 people died, 2,000 were injured, 15,000 homes destroyed in a storm that cut across those 3 states over 3.5 hours' time. April the 5th and 6th of 1936, it was the Tupelo, Mississippi to Gainesville, Georgia. A tornado that killed 216 people. More than $3 million worth of property damage. Now keep in mind, that's 1936. Destroyed the city's water reservoir, battered the hospital, required makeshift hospitals to be set up until trains could transport the injured to neighboring towns and cities. The following day, the Georgia city of Gainesville, decimated by a separate tornado that was part of the same system. There, the storm killed 203 people. Minutes after the tornadoes hit the city's commercial district, fires erupted throughout the area, including a garment factory where 60 employees died there. Then we recall 10 years ago, Joplin, Missouri. A tornado that spanned up to 3/4 of a mile wide, packing winds of more than 200 miles per hour, killed 161 people on that day as it touched down on the edge of the city and traveled on the ground across all the city. Flint, Michigan, June of 1953. June the 8th, as a matter of fact. Was considered the worst natural disaster to hit the state in the 20th century. Killed 116 people, injured 844 in one of 8 tornadoes that were reported in Michigan that day. 1953 is considered one of the worst tornado years in the United States. There was a separate twister in Waco, Texas, that killed 114 people that spring. The day after the Beecher tornado there in Michigan, 90 people died in Worcester, Mass. From a separate tornado spawned by that same system. And currently holding the number 5 spot on the list was West Virginia, June of 1944, the Shinston tornado that killed 100. It was the southernmost twister in a series that caused more than 1,000 deaths and 3,000 injuries across Ohio, West Virginia, and Pennsylvania. With World War II underway, residents initially thought they were being bombed, according to one witness. Hospitals in the area were forced to treat patients by candlelight after the power was knocked out, with a traveling circus lending one hospital a generator. I mean, it's the United States of America. I mean, this portion of the world is for whatever reason, the area with the greatest risk of tornadoes. The United States, twisters are more common here than any other country in the world. It's just the way the atmospheric conditions set up. All right, meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. And hello, Heat Wave.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me to get on the radio again there, Senor. Is Rodney on the Facebook feed? Or, because, I mean, I don't have much in material goods to lend out, but I always have an ear that I can, be more than happy to lend. And, if he really needs to call somebody and just talk, I don't care what time of day or night. I would be here to, for him to throw his worries of the world on my shoulders a little bit, try to ease his burden. I would like to think that the listening audience, because of you and your father, we're more or less a family. And we may have disagreements amongst ourselves, but I would seriously believe that in times of need, we'd be willing to do what we can to help somebody out, whether it's listening, to their issues. I don't have any experience with what he's going through, but if you need to throw a few things off your chest on a wall, well, I'll be the wall you can throw it on. I'll listen, and I tell you what, that really got me. So, Rodney, you're there in our hearts, in prayers, man, and good luck to your daughter on her recovery.
All I know is he's definitely he's a friend of mine on Facebook. So I'm not sure who all he's friends with out there, and like many of us met him at the truck shows and whatnot over the years. And the Bays family, they would sing at some of the shows and all. So.
Wow. Yeah, but you got thousands of people on your Facebook wall.
Right.
Probably take me a day or two to go through it. So, but yeah. Man, if you're out there, if you're on the Facebook, just look me up on the boards there and then go ahead and friend me up. Give me your number and we'll just go ahead and sit and chat for a while. It ain't going to hurt me none to listen. So, yeah, Santa Claus, he really, really gave me a high compliment there, which I greatly appreciate. It was a pleasure meeting him. Of course, he don't look like anything like his Facebook picture. He don't have a beard. He didn't have the red hat and the white suit, with the red, and white cuffs.
Yeah.
He's like, geez, what happened? He says, well, I had to shave.
Uh-huh.
All right. I can understand that, but it's December, man. Where's the suit? So I understand he was in the Army as well, so that was a sad day for him when Navy came up and took care of the Army football team. But yeah, we stood there right there in front of the fuel desk for about 45 minutes while I was getting fuel, and at the fuel desk there, just chit-chatting away like we've just been old friends for ever and ever.
Yeah.
So he says there are a lot of people out here on the West Coast that do listen to your program, and I guess he met up with Kyle there when they had the
when they had the Outlaw Diesel
Yep.
series. Yep, he did get to meet him there.
Yep. So, and they went ahead and showed him, it says we can track where these people are besides the Facebook and the YouTube. And he says, man, we've got them out there. And I'm thinking, come on, people, it's just a toll-free number. You're talking to Steve one-on-one, but you just got thousands of other people listening in. So, if you think you say something foolish, we're going to laugh with you, not at you.
There you go.
Yeah. So, anyways, it was a pleasure meeting him, and I'm sure I've seen him up and down I-5 on numerous occasions. So, yeah, the next couple of AP's trucks that I see, Army Air Force Exchange Services, I'll be sure to look real hard inside and give him a call just to make sure that was him or not. But yeah, it was a pleasure meeting him. So again, Rodney, if you're still listening, go ahead and look me up, give me a call. If you need to talk, I'm here to listen for you, buddy. So, anyway, that's about all I had to say. Just want to make sure that he knew that he's not alone out there.
Absolutely. All right. Well, hey, thank you very much
right,
there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Heatwave. Be safe, fam. We get a quick 2-minute timeout and return with more of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Under the industry headlines, the largest commercial test of its kind to detect alcohol consumption is set to occur in Virginia. It is a collaborative effort of the Virginia Department of Motor Vehicles, the Automotive Coalition for Traffic Safety, and Schneider Trucking. A public-private partnership between the Automotive Coalition for Traffic Safety and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, known as the Driver Alcohol Detection System for Safety, has been developed with the goal of taking the guesswork out of alcohol measurement, they say. Here's the deal. By using sensors near the steering wheel, the driver will almost instantly know if they are at or above the legal limit, according to the news release. The technology is discreet and will prevent the vehicle from moving if the reading is above the legal limit. According to the website, drunk drivers kill 10,000 people and cost approximately $194 billion annually in the United States on Virginia roadways alone. 6,624 alcohol-related crashes, 272 fatalities, and nearly 4,000 alcohol-related injuries were reported last year. Virginia should be proud of their state's leadership in public safety and technology innovation, according to the Department of Vehicle Commissioner Richard Holcomb. The progress we've made since 2018 has advanced this game-changing anti-drunk driving technology. We're excited to see how this new development or deployment will bring the technology one step closer to saving countless lives. The news release also included the announcement of Green Bay, Wisconsin-based Schneider National Carriers as the first carrier to implement the alcohol detection program. Safety comes first at Schneider. We believe in going above and beyond industry standards, said their vice president of safety, driver training, and compliance. Now, they say Schneider plans to install these sensors in 8 trucks next year, each of which is expected to log more than 100,000 miles for a total of nearly 1 million miles. I guess they're going to test the technology out on 8 of their trucks. And from there, I guess they'll go by the numbers, wait and see. They may expand it fleet-wide. All right, meanwhile, it's back to the calls here. Hello, Gary.
Hey, Steve, how's it going today?
Doing well. How you doing this Monday morning?
Just working a little bit. First off, I'd like to say thoughts and prayers to all the people impacted by the storms down there. When that big one went through Oklahoma, I was in Oklahoma City when that went through. And I remember seeing that devastation. It just tears your heart up when you see something like that. It just gives you that gut feeling, sick feeling, because you know what happened. And then to Rodney with his daughter, that's a pain you can't express. I lost my daughter 21 years ago, and that's a feeling that I hope nobody ever has to go through. I lost my mom 5 years ago. That didn't hurt near as bad as the hurt when I lost my daughter.
Wow.
It's unexplainable. I was around, funerals and everything because of my dad being a minister. I was around a lot of funerals. You always thought, I know how them people feel, but no, you don't have no clue until it happens. You never know when it's going to happen. But enough of the doom and gloom of that. But got something in the mail. I went and got my mail out of my P.O. box. Something chaps me really bad. I've had a chauffeur's license since 1977. I got a letter in the mail from the illustrious state of Ohio. My CDL is up for renewal in my birthday this year.
Mm-hmm.
I have to take a certified copy of my birth certificate to renew something that I've had for 40 plus years. I wonder what their little legals take in when they get theirs.
Yeah, there you go. Good question, right?
Yeah, it just burned me up when I got that. I throwed it on the table. And you got to be kidding me. But I don't have to go through too many more of them because I know I'm on the short side of this stuff. But on the lighter side, the car's all painted now. Be a couple of days set for it to dry up real good due to the flex agents we got to put in the paint where it's so pliable on the carbon and composite body where it bends and moves so much. You got to put a flex agent in it. It takes it a couple of extra days to dry because he don't have a bake booth. So I should get the body back probably by the end of the week. I'll have to take the chassis over and set the body back on it. And then it's back to Alabama to get finalized and put back together and be ready to go in January. But that's about really all I had to say. I just give my thoughts, prayers to, like I said, to what's going on in the world right now.
Yes, sir. Yep. Well, hey, I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate you dialing us up this morning, Gary. You be safe out there and keep us informed. Okay, we'll get our news update here. Final hour is just ahead. And it's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
Amid the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, concerns continue over the latest COVID-19 variant, Omicron, with health experts working to learn more about the new variant. Speaking on ABC's This Week, NIAI Director Dr. Anthony Fauci stresses the importance of COVID-19 boosters for those who have already been vaccinated.
But for now, if you want to be optimally protected, absolutely get a booster if you've already had your primary vaccination.
Tens of thousands of people across 6 states are spending another day without power after a string of deadly tornadoes ripped through the nation's heartland on Friday. The twisters cutting a path through Arkansas, Kentucky, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, and Mississippi. At least 80 people are confirmed dead. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Folks, you know how cancel culture has affected Mike Lindell. Well, MyPillow may have gotten canceled out of retail stores, but you can save big just in time for Christmas at MyPillow.com. The classic standard size MyPillow that sold in stores for almost $70 is on sale for Christmas for just $19.98. Standard size, $19.98. Queen and king size slightly higher, but only if you go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener square, use my promo code USA, get a MyPillow for that special person in your life. You also get a free press and pack bag so you can take your MyPillow anywhere. Save big on anything on the MyPillow website, but only if you use my promo code USA. Support Mike Lindell and American Jobs. Get the best price ever on a MyPillow, and do your Christmas shopping at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA or call 1-800-951-8175. Merry Christmas.
One of former President Trump's most loyal supporters in Congress is blasting Republicans for discounting his influence in the party.
Donald Trump is the most consequential Republican in the entire Republican Party, maybe in the history of the party since Ronald Reagan.
Appearing on Fox News Sunday, South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham says if any Republican wants to be the leader of the House or Senate, they need to have a working relationship with Donald Trump to be effective. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio is hinting at his intention to run for governor.
Elections are a chance to tell people your vision and what you've done. My vision is that we've got to change a lot of things in this state, including helping families. Working families are struggling in the state of New York. They need a lot more help.
De Blasio didn't seem fazed when confronted by his low approval ratings on a recent poll against current governor Kathy Hochul. The mayor saying he's been the underdog many times. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Going a little bit more in depth on one of our top stories, as deadly tornadoes and storms recently impacted many states across the central and southern United States. FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell explains what the biggest needs are in the aftermath of the devastating storms.
We want to focus today and the next day on life-saving. We really want to make sure that we find anybody who still might be trapped in the rubble across all of these states. But then it's going to be a long recovery, and we really need to focus on how we're going to help these communities with their immediate needs, their immediate sheltering needs, and then the long-term housing needs that are going to really be needed to help these communities and these families rebuild.
Democrats still believe they will be able to pass President Biden's Build Back Better bill before Christmas. This as Senate Republican John Barrasso expresses his disapproval with the president's spending bill on Fox Business.
The president is wrong on all of these things. Remember, he started the year by saying America is back, and he's been backpedaling ever since. You know, you look at these new inflation numbers, and our economy is on its back. You look at what's happened after the disaster of Afghanistan, and our back is against the wall in international areas. And now he is pushing this so-called Build Back Better bill. I mean, to me, I look at this will break the back of the American people with taxes, with spending.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath On the inside of a cab, imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Alrighty then, here comes that final hour on a Monday, 13th day of December. You do the math, counting down the days. Christmas, and yes, a new year is on the horizon. We shared earlier via the weather info, the big storm that is, as we speak, beginning to come ashore along the west coast, going to be slamming California. Heavy rain, feet of snow in the mountains. Well, that same storm will translate eastward by midweek, and it's anticipated to usher in another round of adverse weather to the center of the country. Now, rain and snow forecast to target northern areas, while a large swath of strong winds will be in play across much of the central states. Right, a new storm is forecast to develop on Wednesday after potent energy ejects out of the Rockies and the plains. This storm will first come together over the central plains early Wednesday and strengthen throughout the day while tracking to the northeast. So the first and most widespread impact from the midweek storm will be strong to potentially damaging winds. By Wednesday afternoon, strong wind gusts will stretch from the southern Rockies to the upper Midwest. I mean, we're talking an area over 1,200 miles across the center of the country. Wind gusts of around 50 miles per hour could impact cities such as Milwaukee and Chicago come midweek. So we could be looking at some sporadic power outages, some minor tree damage. Winds will be even stronger further west, from New Mexico to Nebraska, where gusts of 60 to 70 miles per hour are likely. Any high-profile vehicles traveling along portions of I-70 and 80 may need to take some extra precautions midweek, with the risk of rollovers increased with the wind strengths. The highest wind gust will be located at the front range of the Rockies in Colorado, with AccuWeather forecasters saying the maximum gust could approach 120 miles per hour. By Thursday, the gusty winds will translate even further east and reach into places like Indianapolis and Detroit. In addition to the strong winds, as the storm makes its way across the plains into the upper Midwest, Old Man Winter makes another appearance. The storm will have the potential to bring a swath of snow to parts of the upper Midwest and the northern plains by Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Now, while forecasters say it is not likely that any snowfall will approach the impressive amounts that we saw at the end of last week, any accumulated snow can lead to some issues for travel and delays across the area. Some areas that were just hardest hit by snow wrapping up last week may miss out on this snow entirely this week. Areas around Minneapolis that recently recorded nearly 2 feet of snow will probably be on the warm side of this storm and just see some rain instead. Even a rumble of thunder around the Twin Cities is not out of the question, as this unseasonably warm air builds across portions of the plains and the east. Minneapolis may even approach their record high temperature of 51 degrees come Wednesday afternoon. And it looks like Thursday, the strengthening storm and the worst of the impacts will exit the U.S. and push on up into Ontario, Canada. But just prepare for more winds this upcoming week throughout the heart of the country. And back to the calls we go. John, I believe, on the line. Good morning, John.
Hi, Steve. Good to talk to you. Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment about Chris Wallace. You know, I switched to the local Fox affiliate this morning, just caught the end of his show when he said that, and nobody, I guess, had any idea that was coming. And I thought, well, okay, he's been around a long time. He's retiring. You know, good for him.
Yep.
You know, but then when he made the comment, you know, there's things he'd like to do that goes beyond politics. And I was curious, what could he be talking about? You know, write a book or something. I don't know. But later on, when I heard he was going to CNN, I thought, there he goes. There goes another one. He ought to talk to Megyn Kelly and talk to her and see how well she was received over there at NBC.
Yeah, right.
You know, so, and to go beyond politics and go to CNN, well, that's two opposing points of view.
Well, I guess ultimately what it just comes to, it shines a light on the fact that he is and has been a partisan hack for all these years. You know, going back, you know, Trump pointed out clearly how biased he was when he tried to be the moderator for the debate, where he's not supposed to have views one way or the other. You know, the independent moderator. He was as biased as anyone ever.
Yeah, and in his mind, though, he thinks he's just being fair and balanced, you know, kind of covering both sides of it. And in his farewell speech, you know, when his statement, you know, he said that Fox News promised him when they hired him that he would be allowed to do his program as he would. I'm paraphrasing, but you know, he would be left alone. And he said that's been the case. So I don't know what he thinks he's going to gain going over there. Other than it's just more of where a lot of this is going in this country. Everybody's just choosing their own corner, and he's going to his.
I guess he feels just think next year's the midterm elections. He'll be able to do his part to sink as many Republicans. Exactly right. That's what he's going to be all about.
Yep, that's it right there. But you know, oh well. All right, well, that's about all I got for today.
Hey, John, thank you for checking in. Have a great morning. Be safe out there. Glad you made it through the weekend and all. Yeah, historically, one item that people tend to stock up on if they want to have something on the shelf that has a rather lengthy lifespan, you know, Spam. Are you stocking up on Spam? Well, some people may very well be. Sales of the cooked canned meat Spam hit a record high for the 7th year in a row. Despite pandemic-related challenges, that helped Hormel, the company that makes the iconic brand, deliver record sales of $3.5 billion in the 3 months to the end of October. According to the firm's boss, they'll start work on expanding their range of Spam products next year. Hormel's shares rose by almost 6% with the announcement last Thursday. Hormel's chief executive said the Spam brand delivered its seventh consecutive year of record growth. We're also beginning work on another expansion of the family of products scheduled to be operational by 2023. Hormel, which completed their takeover of the Planters peanut brand over the summer, saw sales rise by 19% for the year as a whole. That even as the company was faced with some of the supply chain issues and worker shortages during the COVID pandemic. To help limit the impact of supply issues in the future, Hormel said that they've signed a new 5-year contract for supplies of pork, which is the main ingredient in Spam. Now, outside of the U.S., Spam has a large international market, especially in the Asian Pacific region, believe it or not. It's been a household name in Hawaii since it was introduced in 1937. You can actually find it on menus across the islands there as a sushi-like dish. Spam fried rice and the popular breakfast, Spam eggs and rice. In South Korea, it was introduced by the U.S. Army during the Korean War when food was scarce there. Today, Spam is so much a part of the South Korean culture that it is the staple ingredient of one of the country's favorite dishes, which is an army stew. Tins of Spam are even given as presents for the Lunar New Year there, sometimes presented in gift boxes as part of the special promotion for the holiday. Well, there you go. Hormel is based in the U.S., out of Minnesota, and operates in more than 80 countries around the world. Now, as well as Spam and Planters, some of the other brands include Natural Choice, Applegate meat products, Skippy peanut butter. Skippy. All right, but Spam, I'll be honest, I like a good fried up Spam. I don't like the straight out of the can stuff on a sandwich. Grandpa used to do that. Spam and mustard. Yeah, fry it up real good. Get it crispy on the outside, and then I can handle that. Good morning, Lug Nut Louie. Do we have Lug Nut? Did we lose Lug Nut Louie? I think we did. All right, well, maybe give us a try back there. We'll get a quick 2-minute timeout and come back. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Got an email from, who was that? Charvain. She said, Steve, my family likes treat meat, not Spam. Fry it up, put mayo and mustard. Yummy, yummy. Treat meat. So I guess, what was it? Treat meat, that was the meat that was introduced in 1930. I had to do a quick search. I've never had treat meat. I guess it comes in a can very similar to Spam. And it's made by Armour instead of Hormel. Treat meat. Similar to Spam, introduced in 1939 by Armour and Company in the United States. Well, I'll have to try that one of these days, right? A spiced luncheon loaf made with chicken and pork. It has a more finely ground texture than Spam. More akin to bologna or Vienna sausages. But like Spam, it's fried or baked before consumption. Treat is currently manufactured by Pinnacle Foods. Okay, treat meat. It is 22 past the hour. What do you say, Horse Feathers? Treat meat or Spam? What's your preference?
I guess, as you said, I'd never heard of treat meat before, but I grew up with Spam. I mean, Spam was a staple there. My grandparents there for when we went there and you'd have lunch or something. We always had Spam, fried Spam, eggs and Spam, and all kinds of stuff. Be a little funny here for another minute. Did you ever see the bit that Monty Python did about Spam?
I did not. No.
You'll have to get onto YouTube there and check out Monty Python because they have a whole bit about Spam, and it's a kind of a restaurant setting, and it's pretty self-explanatory because it's about Spam. But anyways, so like all your previous callers there, best wishes and prayers to everybody out there that's been affected by those storms there, down there in I guess it's just the south. I guess there's far south and south. I always get confused on exact locations of where the south starts and ends. And all I know is where the Mason-Dixon line is, Your Honor. I know where the Mason-Dixon line is, and I know what side I'm on. So anyways, and to Rodney, cancer is something that nobody should have to go through. That's just I don't know what you can say about it. We've been through a couple of cases of the osteosarcoma there, the bone cancer, which is what Monkey Gouger had there as a boy, and his survival story of, what do you say, 56 or 57 years there since he had to have the amputation.
Yes.
But that's an amazing story in its own there because at the time he had it, the longevity of that was probably less than a year from diagnosis to when they'd be lost. I mean, that's an amazing story. Treatments are a lot better now, and people are understanding a lot better. As I say, we've been through a couple of cases now. They were family members, but they were our Great Danes. I mean, now the one thing I'll say is that cancer that's in the dogs is very, very similar to the cancer in the people. And the treatments that they started using in the dogs, they do a little bit more experimental with, and they can actually bring those treatments into the human lines of, and know what kind of works before they kind of start experimenting on people. So they actually have an idea of what's going on just from the treatments of the animals that they do. There's a whole big thing out at Colorado State University where they do comparative oncology, and it's really interesting. A lot there's a lot of things that have been done out there, and the veterinary school works hand in hand with one of the local hospitals there. So it's very, very interesting. And if there's if there's a place to call that you're looking for information and you aren't sure of something, Colorado State University is the place to call. There's a couple people out there, and I mean, if Rodney wants to get a hold of me, I can point him in the direction of people to talk to there.
Okay.
Anyways, with that, wish him all the best, and as you say, it's just something that nobody should have to go through. It's just a terrible thing, and it's anyways. But hey, what I was calling about here tonight, just to keep the show in a downward spirit here. I guess we're going to do I'm going to do the COVID thing. Had found out Saturday a member of my tractor club had passed from COVID, and I'm right there with everybody saying, it's your choice what you want to do. Vaccination, no vaccination. I'm not gonna tell anybody what they should do in that way. That's personal choice. The thing I'll say is that if you think you're sick, you feel sick, don't hesitate with it to go get checked out. Make sure you get somewhere and find out what you have, and if you need to be treated, don't mess around with COVID. Get it treated, as soon as you can, and make sure that you're on the mend before it gets out of hand. And I can't say what happened to this gentleman in my club. He's a friend of mine. I've known him for almost 15 years now. He's 61 years old, in perfect health as far as I know. I don't know. I never pry into people's personal lives, and if people want to tell me, that's fine, but I don't pry into it, so I don't know if he had any underlying conditions. I do not know if he was vaccinated, but I do know that when he went to his doctors and told his doctors he wasn't feeling good, the doctors called an ambulance immediately to send him to the hospital. So, and it was a couple days later, he's passed. I saw an obituary about it. So, as I say, I won't say anything about vaccinations. I'll tell you, I am vaccinated. I did the 2 shots.
Sure.
I don't know if I'm doing a booster. I have no idea if I'm doing it. I haven't decided yet. I'm well on the fence either way, and I got people pulling on both sides of me saying what to do. But I won't tell anybody what to do about a vaccination. But I will say, if you do feel sick, if you do think you were exposed, don't mess around with it. Don't take chances with it. So that's all I wanted to bring you into this kind of a dreary Monday here, Your Honor.
Well, all I can tell you is I know that everything I've seen, early treatment is one of the keys. I don't know if they're still using that whole, if someone tests positive and they say, well, how are you feeling? Yeah, well, just go home and rest and all that. And then if things go downhill, go to the ER or whatever. That's been pretty much debunked as the absolute wrong thing to do. You've got to get early treatment, and that's been the key from everything I've seen.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say about this person I know is that he's one of the ones that would try to tough it out. He'd say, "Wow, this is just I can beat this. I can take a little bit of medicine and get a little bit of rest, and I'll feel better." And as I say, it definitely got worse than what anybody could handle by the time he decided to seek treatment. And that's why I'm just saying, if you think you have something, don't mess around with it. Get out there and at least get checked out, But anyways, at least you know your options when you have options to take from. So. But anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot else going on there. So we had kind of a good weekend. We didn't have any of the severe storms, so we're thankful for that. Did have a little bit of 40, 50 mile an hour winds blow, but nothing we couldn't handle and survive through. So other than that, we're all pretty good and just kind of just riding along as normal here. So kind of hoping everybody else is doing all right. And I did make a phone call to Becky and Pup there on Saturday morning, and they both said they were all right. And I did ask Becky about Big Sexy, and she said that she talked to him and he was doing fine at the time. So I was glad to hear all that. And I didn't realize the gouger was out there in the middle of all of it too, like you said there. So Propane Extreme Weather Chaser 1 sitting at home, Your Honor. Didn't realize we had to be out and about to be on the scene reporting about all that stuff.
All right, Propane Extreme 1. All right, thank you very much. One thing that you can do is boost your immune system. I mean, they always say, talk to your healthcare provider about, how certain supplements or foods containing vitamins can help boost your immune system. But we know zinc, vitamin D, vitamin C, all well-known supplements that have been shown to have a positive effect on the immune system and the COVID risk. The Surgeon General supports the use of monoclonal antibodies in acute cases and as prevention in a high-risk patient who may have been exposed. But, vitamin D is a big one there. That kind of tops the list of most popular studies of the year, vitamin D papers. But with that, we get a quick time out. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
The Biden administration is quickly acting to help one of the 6 states struck by deadly tornadoes on Friday night. The hardest hit was Kentucky. Governor Andy Beshear says a disaster declaration was quickly approved.
We've now been granted the immediate federal state of emergency. It is rare. It was granted incredibly quickly, and we are grateful to Homeland Security, to FEMA, and to President Biden himself.
Meanwhile, crews in Illinois continue to search the rubble of an Amazon warehouse for those unaccounted for. After that was destroyed by a Friday night tornado, at least 6 people died when the roof collapsed there, and there are several still unaccounted for. A new ABC News Ipsos poll finding 69% of the people surveyed are not happy with the president's handling of inflation. And this is USA Radio News.
Do you have a home that you don't want anymore? We can buy it from you within 24 hours. Any home, size, or condition. For over 20 years, we've been buying homes for cash and helping homeowners sell their homes immediately, with no listings or strangers walking through your home. Are you moving? Did you lose your job? Going through a divorce? Whatever the reason, if you're in a bind and you know that you need to sell your house fast, call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. We'll make you a serious cash offer to buy your home in 24 hours and let you walk away from it. No listing, no waiting. Sell any home, any size, any condition, now. Call the expert team at I Need to Sell My House Fast. Make this free call now.
800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. 800-478-6084. That's 800-478-6084.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do.
LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much, Jan. Looks like Chevy Guy's on board, as is Larry on board this morning. Good to have you with us. Happy Monday. Chevy Guy's in a bad zone with the cell, I guess, at the home 20. So he typed a few messages, watching the news, blaming the storms on climate change. Man-made, of course, right? No mention of the increased activity on the sun or more volcanic eruptions or earthquakes, but they can fix it with more taxes and regulations, right? As far as Spam is concerned, yes, Spam is a good storage food. He says, I think that's a sign people are listening to maybe store up some supplies. The U.S. government hasn't informed Americans, like the leadership in Russia and China, to prepare for war. Yeah, several months ago. Yeah, China did. They didn't say war, but they did tell the people to stock up on food, have several weeks' supply on hand. They've informed their people. All right, well, speaking of which, and the messages keep coming from China. As, who was it earlier that said, yeah, Sylvester, when he called, he said, hey, it's not a matter of if, It's just a matter of when. It's coming. Late last week, Chinese state media threatened that China will attack U.S. troops who attempt to defend Taiwan if China starts war with the island nation. So why would they even say if? See, they're pretty much laying out the cards. If you try to stop this, we won't hesitate to attack U.S. troops. China's Global Times wrote, "It is credible that the PLA will heavily attack U.S. troops who come to Taiwan's rescue. Such credibility is increasingly overwhelming the deterrence that U.S. troops may have. China is conducting nearly daily warplane flights around Taiwan. China is also conducting live bombing drills on islands in the South China Sea last week as another measure to intimidate and pressure Taiwan. Meanwhile, the U.S. has continued its freedom of navigation flights and warship transits in the region to ensure free passage for all nations in the disputed territory. If Washington supports the Taiwan Authority's path of seeking secession and encourages the Taiwan Authority to rely on it, then reunification by force will definitely happen. The more the United States and the island of Taiwan collude, the sooner reunification by force will come," said the Global Times. Jake Sullivan, National Security Advisor, said the U.S. is prepared to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion and takeover. Of course, we hope that scenario never happens. China has made more vague threats of action toward the United States, but it's very rare to issue such a bold, direct threat against U.S. troops specifically. They appear to be very emboldened. Last week, a top China official threatened to make the U.S. pay for the president's diplomatic boycott of the 22 Olympics in Beijing. The Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson issued the threatening response during a press conference, which said, quote, "The U.S. will pay a price for its erroneous actions. You may wait and see." So you talk about the saber rattling. It's really getting loud out there. All right, during a major Chinese military air show here a couple months ago, there was a senior Chinese military leader that issued a veiled challenge that if the U.S. is not scared of China's advanced weapons, quote, "let us meet in the sky." What else do you call it? Saber rattling? It's not very pretty. It's downright frightening. But now let's get back to the call, see what's going on with Rooster this morning. Hello, Rooster.
Morning, Dave. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing well. Compared to so many others. What a horrific weekend for those storms, huh?
Man, I'm telling you, got real close to us down here over the weekend. It, I don't know, probably about 6 miles of the crow flies, I guess you'd say. Got real close and hitting our place. It leveled some silos and a lot of barns and a lot of destruction come through. A lot of us are really counting our blessings this morning as we left the house and stuff. And, I'm telling you, man, they got a lot of work to do down a lot of these little towns and stuff. We got hit right before holidays. And people that just sitting back watching this on TV and they really seeing it on firsthand. They all really, really be thankful for it.
Wow.
No, I am. But sad.
So 6 miles is a bit too close for comfort, if you ask me.
Yeah. My brother called and woke us up, and I tried to stay up as long as I could while the storms were coming through. I finally fell asleep about 2 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it's about 4 o'clock in the morning. He called and man, you better look outside. And you could see the storm cloud. I mean, even as dark as it was, you could feel the force in the air. That thing was coming up through the hollers and stuff. It's pretty wild, to say the least. But I'm so glad that nobody got killed out of it down around in our way as they did, further out west in Florida State. But I'm glad everybody else that's calling this morning, lived through it, I guess. I've been hearing a lot of guys calling, so I guess they put in no part of the country down this way. But we're very thankful for, getting saved through that for sure. But on another note there, he's talking about these counties doing all this saber rattling and whatnot. That storm's been in the brewing for the works for a while, and it's going to come to head, I'd say, probably before this administration gets out of the White House. But they brought a lot of it on themselves as well. But that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah.
I want to stay on here. Just want to holler at you this morning, touch base. We'll holler back at you later on this week.
All right. Hey, thank you so much. Good to have you with us, Rooster. Thank you for chiming in. Well, speaking of food issues, I remember seeing some of these headlines about maybe a shortage of bacon in California. So what gives? What's going on? All right, I got the rest of the story, as they call it. There's a coalition of California restaurants, grocery stores that have filed a lawsuit to block implementation of the new farm animal welfare law. That's what's going to cause the potential problems about whether bacon and other fresh pork products will be, first of all, much more expensive or maybe even impossible to find in the state when this new rule takes effect on the first of the year. It's been a 3-year process of enacting rules that are overwhelmingly, they say, approved by the voters that remain in question even as the law is set to begin. This was passed by voters, Proposition 12, back in 2018, since which time officials have missed deadlines for releasing specific regulations to cover the humane treatment of animals that provide meat for the California market. No, most hog producers, they say, have not made changes that would comply with California law. Now a coalition of business owners is asking for an additional 2-year delay in this. We're saying this is not going to work, according to the California Grocers Association. Now, the groups are working to delay the measure. The state has eased the transition to the new system. They're allowing pork processed under the old rules that's being held in cold storage to be sold in California through next year. So that could prevent shortages for a matter of, it could be weeks, it could be months. Josh Bank, who leads farm animal protection efforts, he said he kind of put it like this. California residents need not fear pork industry claims of the apocalypse. But here's what the new law is going to require, that first of all, breeding pigs, egg-laying chickens, and veal calves have to be given enough space to stand and turn around. For pigs, that means they no longer can be kept in narrow gestation crates. They must have 24 square feet of usable space. Producers of eggs and veal appear able to meet the new law, but hog farmers argue that the changes would be way too expensive and could not be carried out until the state approved final regulations for the new standards. There was an estimate from the North Carolina State University said that the new standard would cost about 15% more per animal for a farm with 1,000 breeding pigs. All right. California is the nation's largest market for pork. And producers in major hog states like Iowa provide more than 80% of the roughly 255 pounds that California's restaurants and grocers use each month. So if you don't have that supply, it's not clear if a state that consumes about 13% of the nation's pork supply would be able to come up with enough meat to meet the demands. Well, I mean, you're talking California anyway. Aren't you supposed to, they're all supposed to be eating those plant-based meats anyway. Is that what they're trying to push toward? Maybe they'll start growing. Yeah, we talked last week about the lab-grown meat. Yummy stuff. You know, steaks and hamburgers out of a Petri dish. But I digress. 9 before the hour, quick timeout. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, back to the calls here on a Monday. Well, welcome aboard. Happy Monday there, Larry. What's going on?
Happy Monday. I was going to talk a little bit about food, but when you were talking about the issue with the pigs and the cows and everything else, I don't have a lot of friends in California. I don't know a couple people out there, but I think what's going to be next is they're going to ban Raid. You know, the spray insect killer, Raid?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen what happens to a poor cockroach when he gets sprayed with Raid? They flip over on their back.
Writhing on the floor, yes.
Struggling. Oh, gosh. I can see that's next. No more Raid in California. Man. Hey, I heard you guys talking about Spam. My grandmother, same thing. You know, Spam and eggs. That was kind of a staple in the morning. But I'm going to throw a curve out to all the listeners outside of the tri-state, the Cincinnati market.
Yeah.
We were down in Charlotte, North Carolina, and we was at the track, Charlotte Motor Speedway, and my buddy Steve Kaler said there's a restaurant where just a hole-in-the-wall place, mom and pop, where a lot of the drivers go. We wanted to go there to eat. So I go there, and the waitress comes over, and I ask her if they have Geta. She started laughing. I said, okay, never mind, you don't have it. But next thing you know, here come the cook and 2 more waitresses, and they're like, okay, what's the punchline? We don't have Geta. Now what? I'm like, no, it's real. So most people across the country outside of the Cincinnati market have no
Don't
idea
even know what it
Geta
is. Yeah.
Steve, do you like?
Yeah,
Do you like Geta?
as long as it's well done. Yeah, crispy on the outside. Yeah, help me out. It's basically what, a pork and oatmeal, isn't it? Kind of mix.
It's pin oats and pork, and I don't know what else goes in it. I probably wouldn't want to know. Who knows? I don't know. But I know in Cincinnati there are several manufacturers that make Geta, but you get outside of the tri-state, the Cincinnati area, and people have no clue. I just wonder about Horse Feathers and a few of those other guys, if they have any clue what Geta is, or go into a restaurant and ask if they have Geta.
Yeah.
We need to make a joke about it or something. I don't know.
Gleer's Geta, right? Is it Gleer's or Gliers? How do you pronounce it?
Gleer's Geta. And then down in Miami Town, there's a little restaurant called a Home Like Inn. They make their own Geta, and they have spicy Geta. They have 2 or 3 different kinds. But it's an interesting product, and if you've never had it before, you're right, Steve. You want it, you cut it like a piece of Spam, but you want it crispy on the outside and I'll say moist on the inside. And I love it. And I can't get it here in Louisville. People have no clue what you're talking about when you talk about Geta.
Yep.
Even 2 hours away, for God's sake.
How about that? Yep. It's a Cincinnati thing. Grandma and Grandpa always had a loaf of Geta in the fridge. She'd slice that up for breakfast. Yep.
Well, I'm real curious to see how many people, listeners around the country, I bet Rick Friend probably has never heard of Geta. He's a little bit too far away from Cincinnati.
Columbus. He's pretty close.
Yeah. All right, brother. Well, have a great week. Be listening.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you have a safe day, and yep. We will chat again somewhere down the line. And with that, we'll close things out here on a Monday morning. Hope you had a good weekend. Prayers for those still hoping, in some cases, that their loved one may be found in the rubble, whether it be the candle factory or the Amazon warehouse or anywhere else for that matter. The search and rescue operations continue when the sun comes up this morning. And when we come back 24 hours from now, or a little less than that, no telling, 19 hours from now, where the death toll will stand. But we will have all the very latest. So thank you so much for spending some time with us here on a Monday morning. See you back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. I hope you'll join us for the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.